Sergeant Arms, we call our meeting to order, please.
Okay, so somebody calls the order for the transaction, be put to adjournment. All rise, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to recognize our chaplain for the day, Pastor Antonio Smith of True Life Missionary Baptist Church, invited by our very own Council Lady Johnson. Their prayer will be immediately followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor Jones, you have the floor.
Let us pray. Our Father God, we ask right now that you would just invoke your presence in this place. Provide each councilman, councilwoman with the wisdom needed to make right decisions, just decisions. Father God, as we seek to do justly, love mercy, and to walk humbly, remembering, dear God, that hatred ceases only through love. Let us do unto others as we would have them do unto us. Acknowledging during this season of Thanksgiving, thanking you, dear God, that our good days outweigh our bad days. Thanking you that our mountains outweigh our valleys. And thanking you, dear God, that our blessings outweigh our pain. We thank you right now. Thank you for wisdom. Thank you for peace. It's in the holy and majestic name of Jesus, the Christ we do pray. Thank God and amen.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Council Lady Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Pastor Smith, it is an honor for you to be here and to grace us with those words and lift us up in prayer. Today, the city of Memphis, Tennessee, by the City Council, let it be known that Pastor Antonio M. Smith, in recognition of a life of exemplary qualities, outstanding services to this city, meritorious involvement in humanitarian affairs, and demonstrated concerns for governmental processes, has been appointed chaplain of the day of the Memphis City Council, and is hereby entitled to all the honors, rights, privileges, and prerogatives pertaining to this office and to the display of this certificate, given under seal this 16th day of November, 2021. Mr. Covet, our chairman, and Cheyenne Johnson, City Council. I thank you so much again for coming, and thank you for those prayers. Thank you. We got a smile on top, and appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Lady. Pastor, thank you so much for those wonderful words. I hope we can live up to them. All right, Madam Comptroller, call the roll.
Councilmember Canale. Here. Carlisle. Here. Easter Thomas. Present. Ford. Johnson. Jones. Here. Logan. Present. Morgan. Here. Robinson. Present. Smiley. Present. Vice Chairwoman Swearingen. Present. Warren. Chairman Colbert.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Comptroller. Madam Vice Chairman, have you read our meeting minutes from October 19th?
I've read the minute meetings and find them to be in order, and I have moved for the adoption of the November 2nd meeting minutes.
All right, been moved by Council Lady Swearingen, second by Councilman Carlisle. Seeing no members seeking recognition, I assume you're ready to vote on our previous meeting minutes. Please prepare the screen. Cast your votes. IT guys, I'm being marked.
I see it on my end, Mr. Chairman.
Perfect, thank you. Please show the screen. Sorry, Councilman Moore.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
All right, Madam Comptroller, please reveal the votes. Yes.
Canale, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Swearingen, yes. Warren, yes.
back
Chairman Colvett, yes.
Thank you. That item passes. All right, everybody. Welcome to the November 16th, 2021 regular meeting of the Memphis City Council. Comment cards are available for members of the public wishing to be heard on a specific item. Our Sergeant at Arms, Cedric Young, Officer Young, has agendas available up front. Please be mindful that all cards must be completed in their entirety, especially including the item number you wish to speak on. Cards that include a topic or are left blank will be held until the end of the meeting for our general comments section. As chair, I will only recognize citizens that have properly registered to speak by submitting a completed comment card to our Sergeant at Arms. Please turn in your cards before the item is called and the public comments begin. So if you're here to speak, for example, on item 4, you need to go see Officer Young and make sure you write item 4 on there, because otherwise I'm going to kick it to the end of the meeting. Fair enough? Also, I ask that we abide by decorum at all times. I've been thinking about this for a couple of weeks now. You've taken time off of your jobs and away from your family to be with us to share your thoughts today. And tensions can run very, very high. Please keep your cool, okay? We want to hear from you. You will be given a chance to hear, but folks that want to interrupt the meeting in any form are going to be removed, and then we can't hear what you want to share with us. So please observe decorum throughout our meeting. That being done, the items to be held, if you are here for item 2, 3, or 5, that item will be held, those items will be held until December 7th. Item 42 will be held until January 7th. And items 37 and 44 will be held until January 18th. So repeating back, 2, 3, and 5 are the next meeting. 42 is January 7th, and 37 and 44 are January 18th. If you're here for any of those reasons, you might as well go ahead and split, because we're not going to hear them today. That being said, good to go. Madam Comptroller, call item 1.
Item number 1 is a resolution approving an honorary street name change of South Lauderdale Street between Hill Street and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue for Roby Williams. This resolution is sponsored by Councilman Martavius Jones, and there is a request for same night minutes.
Councilman Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Williams, would you join me, and Mr. Strickland, too, as well? Mr. Chairman and colleagues, it's this is one of the best things that we do as council members. And a couple of weeks ago, I'm sure you didn't know about it, Mr. Williams, but Mr. Ernest Strickland called me, your successor with the Black Business Association, and talked about the retirement of Mr. Roby Williams as the president and chief executive officer of this organization. And knowing the work that you've done with this, I gladly thought it was a great idea to do so. So, Mr. Strickland, thank you. Mr. Williams, congratulations on your retirement. I will read this resolution. Whereas upon occasion, the City Council approves the naming of specified public roads to honor citizens who have served this community, and Roby Williams is an impeccable example of such a citizen deserving this city's recognition and gratitude. Whereas a Memphis native and a graduate of the Leadership Institute, they lead, others follow, also known as Booker T. Washington High School, Roby Williams attended Lemoyne College, where he received a bachelor's degree in history. And whereas upon graduation, Roby Williams heeded the call to establish a voice in the heart of the community in which he was reared, and began a career in banking, where he worked as the assistant to the advertising director and was named the first African American to work for the First Tennessee National Corporation in that capacity. Whereas during his professional career, amongst many leadership roles, Roby Williams previously served as a salesman for broadcasting networks, which included WDIA, K97 FM, WREG News Channel, and WLMT UPN 30, later advancing to become a mortgage broker, paving the way for Memphians to fulfill their lifelong dream of home ownership. And whereas a man of God and a spirit of faithful service, Roby Williams served as a volunteer board member for the Black Business Association during which he displayed unheard of fortitude by foregoing pay, while the organization stabilized, displaying passion and commitment. He later became president of the Black Business Association in October 2002, where he was responsible for helping minority and women-owned businesses achieve success in their business operations. Whereas outside of his professional accolades, Roby Williams is known by many for his boastful speaking voice and his innate ability to command the attention of any room he enters, and fast speaking, which I didn't know in here. He's also an avid reader, probably one of the most well-known, well-read people that I know, and a wealth of knowledge due to his strong belief in education that was instilled in him by his parents. He is a great leader known for dedicating his life to the growth and the needs of those in his community. And whereas he graciously volunteered his time and expertise to organizations such as the Better Business Bureau, Nexus, Memphis Chamber, Shelby Farms Park Conservancy, the Leadership Academy, Memphis Convention and Visitors Bureau, Emerge Memphis, Lifeblood Mid-South Regional Blood Center. Roby Williams is also a proud member of the Omega Psi Phi Fraternity, Incorporated, coming through the Chi Psi chapter. Whereas Roby Williams is one of Memphis's own trailblazers, he has impacted the lives of many minority and women-owned businesses and increased the economic growth and opportunities of the city of Memphis. Whereas Roby Williams continued his work in the community today through service and through he is embarking on this new journey of retirement, Roby Williams' legacy will continue to live amongst the Black Business Association, minority and women-owned businesses, and the entire city of Memphis. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Memphis City Council that South Lauderdale Street between Bill Street and Dr. Martin Luther King Avenue be declared Roby Williams Street in honor of his retirement and many accomplishments. Be it further resolved that the city engineer is requested to affix suitable signs designating this public road. Given by my hand and under the great seal of the city of Memphis on this 16th day of November 2021, Martavius Jones, Frank Hovett, Chairman of the Memphis City Council. Congratulations, Ms. Williams.
I'm overwhelmed. And Ernest Strickland and I are going to have a misunderstanding sometime later. He told me to be here at 3:30 today, and I thought we'd be doing our mid-year budget and that such thing. I prepared 12 hours to be here, and I have nothing to do. I'm always over-prepared, but we'll have a misunderstanding. I'm overwhelmed, and I'm so appreciative for this award. You know, you don't know who's paying attention. You just do what you do, and you work, and you support this community, and you support this. And I want to thank each of you individually, each of you councilmen individually, for supporting our mission at the Black Business Association. This work going forward is so critical to the future of this community. Understand this. I am blessed. You see, I am a part of a continuum of service. Mr. Robert Church crawled so that Fred Davis and Dr. Champion could walk. Dr. Champion and Fred Davis walked so that Luke Yancey and Joselle Booker and I could run. And we have run so that Ernest Strickland, Mark Yates, and others can soar. And that's the continuum we're on, and that is what we are going to continue to do in this community. This community has a unique opportunity to become the first solid community that will be majority African American and successful at the same time. We're on our way there. God bless you all, and thank you for your support, and thank you for all you that you do. Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you for everything you do, and I know I don't look like it, but I love to read. So if you want to debate history books or have some fun, I'd love to hear your opinions and your favorites.
John Coyne and me on a conversation about baseball.
All right, let's do it. It's been moved by Councilman Jones, second by Councilman Canale. Councilman Canale, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to thank Councilman Jones for sponsoring this resolution. I first had the chance to meet Roby when I was appointed to this body back in 2018. And over the last few years, I've reached out to him on several occasions and asked him to assist me in doing seminars. And without hesitation, Roby always gave a resounding yes and was there by my side to support me in trying to help advance the lives of our fellow Memphians. So Thank you, Roby. Very well deserved. God bless you, my friend. We appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Been moved by Jones, seconded by Canali. Seeing nobody else in the queue, I accept by acclamation. Well done, sir. All right, Madam Comptroller, call item, because this is, I think, may be contentious. Has everybody filled out cards for item 4 that wants to? Madam Comptroller, call item 4.
Item number 4 is a resolution approving a special use permit for a planned commercial development at 2977 Broad Avenue. This resolution is sponsored by the Division of Planning and Development. It was held from November 2nd. The case number is PD 21-15.
Thank you very much, Madam Comptroller. Councilman Canali?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This case was heard goes back to August. Has been held several times. Administrator Whitehead is on hand should any member want to hear the presentation again. And with that, I move it to the floor, Mr. Chairman.
All right, it's been moved by Councilman Canali, seconded by Councilman Smiley. Before we do that, does anybody wish a presentation? Okay, seeing none, is our applicant here, Mr. Binky? May I go ahead and get your name and address? Okay, Mr. Carlisle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a reminder, I have a financial relationship with the applicant, so I have to recuse myself from this case, unfortunately. Thank you.
All right, Councilman Carlisle is recused. Mr. Binky, may I go ahead and get your name and address for the record, please, as the applicant?
Key 1164 Brookfield, Memphis.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I have 5 cards against this, so let's do this.
Mr. Chairman, I'd recommend 15 minutes per side.
15 minutes it is, without objection. All right, the way we'll do that, Mr. Binky, your side has 15 minutes. To the opposition, the 5 of you, Mr. Binky will present. I will call the opposition up. Be mindful of the time. Your clocks will be up here. Thank you very much. Mr. Binky doesn't have to use all his time and can use it for rebuttal, but the same token, y'all can too. So let's get started. You'll kind of figure it out as we go. All right, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Give me a 15-minute clock, please.
On the onset, I want to thank the council for your patience and accommodations over the last several months. I think we're all ready to wrap this up. I'm just going to go through a few slides that will summarize the project. If we could go to the first slide. So this will just simply refresh you on the configuration of the site plan, the convenience store on the west, the canopy in the middle, the retail buildings on the east with a plaza or seating area in the middle. On the south side will be electric vehicle charging. On the west side, next to Christ Community, which is the white roofed building, we will reserve parking for them and have put in a gate and lights. And then a minor little amenity up in the northeast corner, we'll have a large bike rack with a bike repair station and free air for bikers. Next slide, please. So this is a land history or timeline. This site was an Amico that closed in 2003. This property has been unused for 18 years. In 2015, the applicant, MVS Real Estate, acquired the property. It's been on the market for the last 5 to 6 years. Shortly thereafter, they had a sale with Mr. Rapani, which was in April of 2020, which is when we actually started getting involved. Then later that fall, we got a Tennessee Department of Transportation release on the easement on the corner. Then traffic engineering and DPD asked us to close Autumn Street. We started that in the fall. That wrapped up with the unanimous vote by both Land Use Control Board and this body in favor of the Autumn Street closing. And at that point, I made sure everybody knew what the intended use was. Fast forward to the top line, we had unanimous approval from the Land Use Control Board with no opposition at that point in time. Next slide, please. The top item is the convenience store. It looks like 4 buildings, but it's actually one large convenience store. Just a side note, if fresh produce or similar is desired, we will have plenty of room to display that. And if that is what the neighborhood and customers would like, that item only will be sold at Save-A-Lot prices. So that will not carry a convenience store premium. And then the photo below is looking west at the retail spaces. Although it looks like several buildings, that's just 4 spaces. By the way, all of that will be brick. Next slide, please. I just wanted to reorient you to where it's actually located. We are on the north side of Sam Cooper. The blue line represents the boundaries of the BDC border. The reason I mention that is this is matriculated to be kind of the area that you have expected us to reach out to. So that's where the site is, and that's the BDC border, basically what everybody is calling Binghamton. Next slide, please. The blue in the middle, and our site is centered in that, is the exact same vicinity map that I turned into DPD for approval to do the initial mailing for the initial community meeting. Outlined in red is the Binghamton area / BDC borders. So in the beginning, we sent notices to this blue area. We did that again on the second community meeting and on the third community meeting, except on the third community meeting, we took every address that signed the petition opposed and the addresses were within the BDC boundary and also sent them notices. So to date, we've sent out over 900 notices for the 3 meetings. Next slide, please. So the significance of this site is simply this. On the north side of Sam Cooper, that is a predominantly majority commercial corridor. That's where we're located. To the south is residential. If you look to the west, past the warehousing district near the railroad tracks in Collins, that would be considered West Binghamton. Southeast corner is really Hayden Place in Winoka. But for clarity, I've provided in the red line the Binghamton / BDC border. Next slide, please. So what we did here for you is we did a splatter map. The red dots were from the opposed petition, and then we took the green dots for those in favor. The black circle is the area that we are obligated by ordinance to send notices. The activity has happened well beyond all of that. To be sure that you understand, you can't hardly see it on the big screen, but on your map, lots of these red dots and green dots have numbers on them. They'll say 10, 4, 6, 8. So there are a lot more red dots on the west side than actually appears here, but in balance, there was roughly 130 each. That's not precise, but that's close. And you can see there's not much activity in the actual notice area, which represented by the black ring with the black star being our site. Next slide, please. I put this up to reorient everybody to where we are, and I want you to see that we're right next to Sam Cooper, and we're on a peninsula. Next slide, please. So this is that same map. We're in the site is the white dashed area. We are surrounded by commercial uses. And if you go north of us, then that is all commercial. There is some residential in there. I'm not saying there isn't, but it is majority commercial uses, and we are surrounded by commercial other uses. Next slide, please. This is a slide that I've shown you before. The traffic counts on Sam Cooper in 2019 were 43,000 cars a day. This came from City of Memphis Traffic Engineering. Astonishingly, on Broad and Tillman, that is 8,500 a day. The point here is we've committed and conditioned ourselves to put up a traffic light in that location. We've already started that process in advance of a hopeful approval. And we will not be able to get a building permit without meeting this condition. Next slide, please. This is just an aerial view showing that to the south of Sam Cooper is providing a buffer and a barrier to the rest of the neighborhood. This is, everybody knows this is where I-40 dumps into Sam Cooper. There is an absolute cutoff there to the rest of the Binghamton BDC area. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. So this is the pledge that Mr. Rapani signed. I'm just going to draw your attention to a couple of these things that we're committed to. There's a commitment to hire from the Binghamton community. So at the convenience store, there will be available 12 to 14 new jobs. Not only are we committed to that, we prefer to have employees from the area. So they get first right of refusal for those jobs always. Moving down, I'm pointing out that we will include children in the Binghamton community in any annual donation for clothing, school supplies, or backpacks. And lastly, we're committed to pledging 1% of the net profit to any nonprofit organization in the Binghamton community. We have not worked out the details of how to do that. We are committed to do that, and we will work with all community leaders to make this happen. Next slide, please. So this is the economic impact that I presented once before. The top line is the most important one to me. I have averaged that 13 new employees at the convenience store, not including the retail shops, will generate a living wage of 14 to 16 hours, $16 per hour, starting pay. So this is not the Ford mega site, but the majority of jobs in Memphis and around the country come from small business. So there's the economic impact on the right. The first year, the economic impact is $2.1 million. I provided all the math for anybody that wants to check it. Thereafter, because that includes the construction project, that goes to about $900,000 annually economic impact on the categories on the screen. Next slide, please. So the primary reason we're here today, maybe the only reason we're here today, is because of the pumps. That is the primary thing that I've heard, that you've heard, that the neighbors talked about, is the pumps. So what we have done here is provide 4 pumps, which is 8 fueling stations. When we first started this in July of 2020, my original site plan had 12. So this is the smallest we can make it. The most important point is we have gone all out to produce a beautiful, iconic clock tower and custom-made canopy that will have the smallest branding on the corner, if at all. The branding may only just be on the corner of Sam Cooper and Tillman. By the way, that clock tower will be all brick, and so will all those columns. Will all be, everything on this project will be all brick, and it'll be beautiful. Next slide, please. So I just made a close-up of the item that everybody seems to have indigestion over, and that's what it'll look like, the artist rendering, when we're done. And then the arch is kind of a sub-iconic item. You go up a couple of steps to the plaza, and then you go into the retail shopping area as a pedestrian. So those are my remarks just to get us started, and Mr. Chairman, I'd like to reserve any time that I have left.
3 minutes and 35 seconds. Make sure I write that down. Okay, let's reset the 15-minute clock. Vaughn Dewar, Megan Lomo, Iris Mercado, William Bradley, and Noah Gray. Would y'all come up and just kind of sit down here, please? And the way we do it is I've just got a lump of 15 minutes. It's about 3 minutes per. You don't have to use all your time, but just be cognizant that if you go past your 3 minutes, you're chewing into somebody else's time. 15-minute clock, please. All right, Vaughn Dewar, you're first. May I have your name and address for the record, please?
Vaughn D. War, 2368 Circle Avenue, Memphis, 38112. Honorable City Council members and analysts, we have already 15 gas stations within 1.1 miles of that station. I've emailed that list to City Council members on October 25th. We have submitted petitions with over 300 Memphis voters signing in opposition to this. And to his point, the speaker before me, it's the gas station we're opposing. We do not need another gas station. We're saturated with gas stations. We're trying to protect the integrity of our neighborhood. The developer claims to have numerous supporters, but we've heard their pledges about giving $14 an hour and preference to Binghamton residents. To our understanding, this is not enforceable, so this is just a promise. Trust is earned, and I have no reason to trust the developer because they've reflected a sincere lack of concern for improving our community, in part by building a gas station right across kitty corner from the existing Valero gas station. So I'd like to refer and refresh our memories about City Council's resolution that was unanimously approved on March 16th about the moratorium against gas stations. Memphis has 6 gas stations for every 10,000 people. The national average is 4 for every 10,000 people. The proximity of gas stations, and this is a quote, the proximity of gas stations and used tire shops to neighborhoods is diminishing citizens' enjoyment of their community due to the various activities that may occur there. So please, please, honor that resolution, abide by it, and don't give us a 16th gas station, exactly kitty corner from an existing one. There's also studies shown that living near hazardous sites, and this was in the American Journal of Public Health, from the benzene and other fumes emitted by gas stations, living near hazardous sites, including gas stations, can cause cancer. And then the EPA published in 2018, black and low-income neighborhoods are disproportionately affected by environmental hazards. So why would we be adding another gas station? Is it profit? Is that the sincere motivation? So I beseech City Council to abide by their resolutions. Please prevent this area from becoming a pit stop on the road of other passerbys. We really appreciate and need your support. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Dewar. Megan Lomo, just come forward. Well, you got your little one with you. May I have your name and address for the record?
Megan Lomo, 3100 Princeton Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee, 38112. So our house is actually, our backyard is on Sam Cooper. We live on the Princeton that dead ends, like where the Save-A-Lot is. So we personally have 2 little children, and then there are several other little children that live just in that little small area that I think is in that circle that he was referring to that had a low interest or a low response. But the few families that do live in that area were very opposed to it. Mainly safety. I can look out my backyard and see the gas station. I don't want to breathe that in. I don't want my kids to breathe that in. And also, we have a lot of kids that walk the neighborhood. I'm not their parents. I can't force them to not walk across Sam Cooper. And we expressed that concern at the last public meeting, and the response was, well, if they were my children, they wouldn't be walking on Sam Cooper. Well, they're not my children, but their lives still matter to me. And so the gas station is pretty and fancy. It's a bigger temptation for the kids of the neighborhood to cross Sam Cooper to get to it. And there hasn't really been anything proposed to protect the safety of those children who will inevitably cross that street. Also, the traffic will get even more congested, and it's already crazy all the time with car accidents and different things that we can hear from our backyard as cars slam their brakes. So that's the biggest reason that, like, as a residential area, like, we have families that are thriving there, and we would like to have our neighborhood be safe for our children. So thank you for taking the time to hear this, and thank you for, I think, pausing this meeting multiple times so that more people could come. So we appreciate that.
All right, thank you, Ms. Lomo. Iris Mercado. Name and address for the record, please share.
My name is Edis Mercado, proud resident in Binghamton, 2547 McAdoo Avenue. I'm here honoring my elders and my ancestors who fought for clean water for my neighborhood. I'm also here representing my parents who are fighting for housing equity in Memphis and my sister who's fighting for voting rights. And I'm also here representing a big portion of our community members who are working class, working poor, traditional and modern families, the immigrants and refugees who meet on the weekends even though they can't communicate to work on their community gardens, and who, due to lack of transportation and the time of this meeting, could not be here today. So we're making decisions for our kids, some of who are here today. We're making decisions for the kids of our future, my own future generations, who are already suffering from the environmental catastrophe that we are leaving them. We are here today to protect land and water, which are basic human rights. And I do want to clarify that there's a misunderstanding that we are against development. We're not against development, we're just against this gas station. We would love to have a grocery store and fresh food just within walking distance. This gas station isn't an asset to our community. It is dangerous, it is reckless, and it is the opposite of what our vibrant and loving community deserve, because simply put, we do deserve better. We deserve a safe and healthy and thriving community. And this project does many gas stations across the city. Just as we mentioned before, we have in the 1.1 mile range, we already have 15. And we came prepared to what to us was the first and only community meeting that we've had that we were told about. And we gave this list to the developer, so we came prepared. And by the way, the living wage is closer to $22 an hour, not 14. So I'm here and I am shaking because I suffer tremendous anxiety, yet here I am speaking to all of you. Thank you so much for listening, to represent and to protect my neighborhood. So I ask everyone behind me that if you are also here to protect land and water, please raise your hand. I consider you all part of my family because you are Memphians and here we're protecting what is our basic human right. So thank you all for listening. And I leave you with something that you all agreed to just a few months ago, that as we plan for a brighter Memphis in accordance with the Memphis 3.0 plan, we must consider whether more gas stations and used tire shops is in the best interest of our citizens. Just March 16 of 2021. So I encourage you to vote with your conscience, to vote for your people, the people who elected you to this position to represent us, families, children, not businesses and profit. Thank you.
Well done, Ms. Mercado. William Bradley, go ahead, get your name and address, and you're up.
My name is William Bradley. I live at 3281 Night Trail Circle. First of all, I want to say good afternoon to everyone here. I'm glad to see everybody. I'm glad to have this opportunity to speak. And with this opportunity, I don't only speak as a person who's lived in Memphis all his life, but a person who's been in the community of Binghamton for the past 9 years of my life. I'm a graduate of the East High School, and I now work at the Binghamton Development Corporation. And what we do there is speak for the people. And for the people that I've spoken to, the students, the parents, the individuals that live there, this is something that they do not want. A gas station, like has been said before me, is not something that we need in that area, not in that community. And when we did finally have a meeting that everybody was allowed to come to, that we were finally told about, we were not given any answers to any of our questions. We asked them, why do we need a gas station here? We asked them, why here, why now? And we weren't given any answers. We weren't told anything. They use predatory tactics. They're using predatory tactics to try to get their agenda pushed forward. We ask that you listen to the community. The community does not want this. The community doesn't need this. We need things like grocery stores, and I know that he said that they would have fresh items, but that's not what we were told. We were told that it was going to be a convenience store. We were told that they might give 1% to the community, and these things, like we said before, aren't enforceable. They can say all these good things, they can speak well, and they can say they will do all these things for the community, but these are tactics that have been seen in other communities, just like Binghamton, that are predatory and can be used for things like gentrification and push out the people who live and love and breathe and interact in that neighborhood. I ask that you listen to the people, not the people that don't even live in the neighborhood. Some of these people have never even stepped foot in the neighborhood, maybe once for a meeting, and we're speaking as people who be in the neighborhood each day and every day, speak to the people, interact with the kids, understand what we need, understand what we don't need. We need your help. We need your understanding to say, hey, we do not need these things. We do not want these things. And also, they've tried to use organizations and people to say that they're for it when we haven't. They spoke about the Bingham Development Corporation, which I work for, say that we will be a clearinghouse. I would like to make this statement today that we are not for this. We do not want this in our neighborhood because of what the people have said. We're not speaking for our personal gain. We're not speaking for how we personally feel. We're going off the opinions and the statements and the ideas of the people that live in the neighborhood that will have to live by this gas station, that will have to breathe in these fumes, that will have to see this on their corner each day. I ask that you listen to them and not the people that don't even care about the people that live in the neighborhood.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bradley. Noah Gray. Go ahead and get your name and address and go ahead and share, please.
Yes, sir. Noah Gray, 3807 Highland Park Place. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to members of this body for hearing us today. I would just point out in starting that that this is the tip of the iceberg, or perhaps at the community meeting that residents knew about last Tuesday evening, the 40 or 50 folks who came in opposition to this. It's the tip of the iceberg. I've been in the neighborhood for 12 years. I've been in informal planning processes and many formal planning processes, and not once have I ever heard any resident that I've been interacting with say, hey, we need another gas station. Can you all make that happen? On August of this year, Marcellus Harper of Collage Dance Collective and myself of Binghamton Development Corporation submitted a letter to this body in strong opposition. Collage Dance Collective and the Binghamton Development Corporation have a collective 27 years of experience in the Binghamton neighborhood, represent 50% of that corner of Tillman and Sam Cooper, and have approximately $19 million invested at that exact intersection. We are strongly opposed to this auto-centric development that is unwanted. In October, just a few weeks ago, Pat Brown, who was representing the historic Broad Avenue Arts Alliance, or the Business Association for Broad Avenue, wrote a strong letter of opposition to this body, and speaking for the businesses on Broad, saying this is an unwanted auto-centric development and it's against neighborhood plans. So just to get specific and very quickly, there are 3 plans that are adopted in the neighborhood that this planned development goes against. The first one is the Binghamton TIF Community Redevelopment Plan that was approved by the City Council, County Commission, and Community Redevelopment Agency Board in 2017. The second is the Binghamton TIF Implementation Strategy that was subsequently approved by the Community Redevelopment Agency in 2018. And thirdly, the Broad Avenue Corridor Plan, which was adopted by City Council. This proposed development is not aligned with those plans and will impede already recognized and adopted neighborhood plans. We can have community meetings, we can have folks come to speak to you at City Council meetings, and I do thank you for hearing, but I just want to say, can we recognize the history and the planning processes that have been in place for many, many years by folks who are very pro-development, but that are not for unwanted auto-centric developments. And so thank you for recognizing the history. And I just want to point out, as a quick point of clarification, that the boundary that was shown a few times was mentioned as the BDC boundary, but I'd like to say it a different way. I'd like to say that the BDC came into the neighborhood and began in 2003, but the reason that is our boundary is because that is the neighborhood's boundary, and Binghamton was annexed by the city in 1919, and so we've celebrated over 100 years as a neighborhood, and there's amazing people with hopes and dreams and skills and talents that would love to come share their opinions with you but can't be here this afternoon at this time. And so I just wanted to say that. And then I'd close. Looks like we've got 1:10, and I'll take the rest of it by saying that.
Or you can save it for rebuttal, because remember,
Yeah.
they have rebuttal and you can too.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I do want to quickly tell a story. So we owned, before we developed the Binghamton Gateway Center at that intersection, we also purchased as excess right-of-way the T-Dot land that Collage Dance Collective now sits on. We received multiple offers that were greater than $1 million from developers who wanted to put a gas station at that intersection. And we did what the BDC always does at that time. And we went to the neighborhood and we said, hey, we've got this opportunity. We could do a lot with $1 million. Do y'all want a gas station here? And they said no. And we said, are you sure? And they said no. And we said, we've got more than 1 million reasons to say, hey, gas stations are great. But we didn't fold. We do what we always do. We listen to the community, and we always say, if the BDC is a ship, the residents are at the helm. And to this body, I would say the residents should be at the helm. They should not just have a conciliatory seat at the table, but real decision-making power in the future of their neighborhood. I got down to 5 seconds. I'm out. Thank you all very much.
Well timed, Mr. Gray. Always good to see you, my friend. All right, we're back to the applicant. Mr. Benke, you have 3 minutes and 35 seconds if you wish to use it.
So, Mr. Chairman, just 2 things. One, Mr. Gray exercised his private property rights on the corner for Collage. That's their right, and that's how they chose to do it. The applicant is also trying to exercise their right to do what they like on that private property. In addition, after Mr. Gray and Mr. Harper wrote their letter of opposition to you, we scheduled a meeting, we meaning Mr. Britton and I, scheduled a meeting with Reverend Keith Norman, Mr. Harper, and Noah Gray. He chose not to attend that meeting. We had a total of 3 meetings with Collage, and we worked out to Mr. Harper's satisfaction his concerns. Secondly, if you'll turn to the last page of your packet that I gave you. These facilities are unequivocally safe. I'll give you all the details here. I don't want to run out of time. Double steel tanks, impregnated coated steel, fiberglass, liners, T-deck oversight. If you look on the bottom, all these people are who Mr. Rapani's contractor has installed fuel systems for. FedEx, UPS, Baptist, Methodist, St. Jude, City of Collierville, IRS, City of Bartlett, City of Germantown, and here, MLGW, Shelby County Board of Education, MATA, and the Memphis Police Department. It is safe. I yield to Mr. Britman.
Mr. Britton, may I go ahead and get your name and address, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dedrick Britnam, 3385 Airways Boulevard, Suite 229, Memphis, zip code 38116. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't have time to read over the pledge, but I would urge you to read this pledge. This pledge is signed by the developer, Mr. Rapani, and he says this is a pledge to this community. And Mr. Rapani has a record and a history of working with communities in which he develops gas stations. So I urge you to read that. And now in closing, what I'm going to do at this point, this is a MLK 50 Justice Through Journalism article written by Mr. Carrington. And I'm going to quote this article. It's about this site. It's about this development. And I'll quote this, a section of it. And it's on page 9. A workable plan, it starts. We talked about how this developer needs to find ways to contribute back to the community. And the developers have been willing to have those open discussions, close quote, said Reverend Keith Norman, pastor of First Baptist Church, Broad, who supports the project. He doesn't, it goes on to say, he doesn't dismiss opponents' concerns, but believes the project plan is workable and is one of the better proposals he's seen. And now, so in closing, what I would like to ask is everyone here in support of this development, please stand. And you have copies of 500 signatures and emails and letters in support of this project. The Binghamton community deserves a modern, up-to-date fueling station. Thank you. I appreciate your support.
Okay, your time has run out. All right, so I've had applicant, I've had opposition. The opposition has no more further time. We'll go to council members, but first off, I have a question. Administrator Whitehead, real quick question. The Land Use Control Board's recommended outline plan conditions say no window signs or plastic signs shall be permitted. Did that make it into the document that we're voting on?
The Josh Whitehead, Administrator of Land Use and Development Services, the conditions that we forwarded were the conditions as approved by the Land Use Control Board. I do not. Can you repeat that condition? And do you have a number for it?
Well, in our packet, it says that Land Use Control Board's recommended plan outline conditions, so it doesn't appear to be in the packet, but it was in mine. It says permitted uses, maximum heights 48 feet, class 3 landscape buffer, no outdoor display, storage, or sales shall be permitted with the exception of gas sales. Is that?
Yes, that's in your resolution.
That is in there? Okay, cool, very cool. Also, the convenience store is west of the canopy. And all that was going on, did I see, I guess maybe it's Mr. Benke, is there a restaurant? Did I see that in there in the pictures? I was kind of going fast. I know you have a convenience store, but.
Yes, it's an artist concept of what could be there.
Okay, so you do not have a restaurant at this, you'd love one, but you don't have one under contract or even sniffing it out? Okay. All right, Administrator Whitehead, in terms of the two, I guess I'll call them out parcels to the east of the canopy, are there limitations of any sort on those out parcels, or would they have to come, is this the plan development, meaning they don't have to come back to us, they can put in a bicycle repair shop if they wanted? I mean, are there restrictions?
The only restrictions would be the permitted uses in the CMU2 district.
Okay, so if they want to do anything different, they'd have to come before us.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you for the technical help on that. Councilman Smiley, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I want to speak to those folks who exercised their right to come before this body. Thank you. Thank you for expressing your concerns. I would encourage each of you to continue to come back. Every time there's a concern, every time there's a neighborhood issue, continue to come back and voice your concern. I think that's what makes government good, when people in the community are actively engaged from the time being. Also, there was a lot of folks who stood up in support, and Mr. Blinky, Mr. Britton, thank you for doing your job as well. But what I want to know, and in particular, I would like, if the chair would give me this point of personal privilege, I would like for one person who stood up in support to walk down to this mic and articulate a reason why this body should vote for it.
Don't be shy. There you go. I think we have our advocate, sir.
Thank you, sir. And when you come to the mic, okay, young lady.
She gonna talk.
Well, I have to be fair. Please state your full name. I'm not asking you that. I'm not asking her to do that.
No, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, what Councilman Smiley is doing is that a council member can recognize anybody from the public to come up and speak, and that is what he is exercising his right to do. So, young lady, may we have your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Christina.
Okay, well, why don't you take a minute or two and share your thoughts with us?
I think it should be open because it is spooky. The gas station by our house is spooky. The bathroom is disgusting. And because they don't did all our change back, and Mama had to go up to them first.
Okay, well done. Well done. Ma'am, welcome to the government process.
Absolutely.
Outstanding.
Thank you, young lady.
Councilman Smiley wishes to recognize another individual. That's you. Sir, may I have your name and address and take a minute or two?
My name is Kerry Hoskins. I live at 4095 St. Pierre Boulevard. And I think this should happen because we really need this. The neighborhood needs it. We've lost too many grocery stores or whatever. We need this for the neighborhood, to bring jobs to the area and to support all of this, to keep give people jobs, give them a chance. Let's get this stuff done. Please. Thank you.
All right,
Sure.
then, Council Chair Corbett. I guess my last question is, I'm gonna use it this way. This is the honor system. Out of the folks who stood up in support, how many of you all actually live in the neighborhood? So about half of the individuals who stood up in support actually live in the neighborhood. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilman Smiley. Councilman Morgan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be the first to admit to my colleagues that this is a case not without some nuance and not without some implications that go beyond just this case as we look towards the future of infrastructure in Memphis and whether or not the market is saturated with gas stations and whether we try to predict as we sit here 5, 10, 20 years out whether non-commercial gas infrastructure in the city of Memphis is something that's going to continue to grow and increase, or whether the market and whether the industry is going somewhere else towards electric or other means of transportation. So first off, there's a little bit of back and forth between those in favor and opposition. And I just want to say that we are here today because they don't have the right to build a gas station outright. That is the decision that we have in front of us. And I will say there is credit to the developer on the design that they have put forward. I think going forward it is going to be difficult for me to approve a gas station unless the circumstances are just right. They would have to have a great design. I think they'd have to have the community support or at least no opposition, and then it would be a discussion about future infrastructure. But as it stands now with the opposition that they have, I cannot be in support of this project. I ask each council member to make up their own mind about it, and I want to remind council members that later in this session we're going to be talking about environmental justice. And we're going to be talking about neighborhoods that didn't want pipelines built through there, that they didn't want that environmental hazard placed on them, their neighborhood, their community, their properties. And we have listened to their voice, and I'd ask you to clarify what's the difference between that vote and this. I don't believe that this is the last opportunity for this property. There is value in Binghamton. There is value in this property, and it's not going to remain vacant forever. And we're going to find, I believe there will be others that come forward and propose good things to come for Binghamton. And there are going to be opportunities there, but we very clearly heard just not gas pumps. We like the retail, we like the shopping, we like the restaurants, but not the gas pumps. That doesn't make sense for us. We have 15 gas stations within 1.1 miles of this area. A 16th isn't going to help us. So I'm with the community that has expressed the opposition. I'm open to hearing the rest of my colleagues' comments on this. I do want to vote on this today. We have held it enough, and it is difficult for a number of the community members to get down here at 3:30 on a work day. So let's go on and vote on this today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Councilman Canale.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, I attended the third community meeting on this proposed project, and no one there was in favor of adding another gas station to Binghamton. So, and I was extremely disappointed when Save-A-Lot left the area. I believe every neighborhood deserves the right and opportunity to fresh food and not just more convenience stores with more packaged food. So colleagues, you got to ask yourself this question before you vote today. Is this the highest and best use for this property? And do we need another gas station in Binghamton? And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Canale. Council Lady Logan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. And, this was challenging initially because it's such a wonderful development presentation. You've done due diligence in putting in what needs to be included in a development that includes a gas station. And I commend you for that, and I appreciate that. However, I'm just not certain that this is the location. I wish you could do all the gas stations in Memphis, if wherever gas station is going to be, let's go and get him to do it. But I'm just not sure this is a location. In listening to the residents, and I understand that when this group stood up, I was like, whoa. But then I also wanted to know how many of you were actually from the neighborhood, and to see that it was half or less than half, then that that let me know that I need to consider what the other group said as well. And so with that, and the gentleman that stood up and said that there were 15 in 1.1 mile radius, that's unbelievable. Who wants 15 gas stations around them where you live, right, in your neighborhood? No, you don't want that. And so the resolution, the moratorium that we passed in March was for that reason, to give us the opportunity to study the effects, to see the trends, and for administration to give us a sustainable solution. And so I think it was responsible of us to do, and it really gave us the information we need to make future decisions concerning gas stations. So even though I commend you and I appreciate it, hearing the residents, this may not be the location. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you very much, Council Lady. Council Lady Robinson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the community coming out today, and I appreciate your voice. And I heard the young lady who came up to the mic. I was the first one to say we don't need any more service stations in our community. However, we need fresher, newer, new structures, and she said it's not a nice place to go in. I'd like to ask the developer or whoever's doing this project, Mr. Binky, is it possible that we can get in somewhere in that plaza a place that could sell fresh fruits and vegetables to the community to add to the desirability of this particular project?
Yes, Councilman Robinson, we would be happy to do that. And the developers here, hold your hand up, Mr. Rapani. So yes, he will absolutely agree to that and would love to do that. And we would sell that produce at Save-A-Lot prices. In other words, a good discount price for anybody, and anything that they would want stocked at the store. We have plenty of room to add additional produce tables. So we were happy to do that.
So what is the size of the area that we will have the fruits and vegetables in?
The entire store is 5,500 square feet, and if you can just envision going to Kroger, when you go right into the produce, or Whole Foods, 200 square feet, something like that. So plenty of room for produce table or tables to provide that to the community.
I'm depending on my construction men on the council to give me some idea about what he's talking about. Okay, thank you.
I've just been told it's 400 square feet by Mr. Rapani, 400 square feet.
Let me hear the other questions of my council members, but I'd like to see that happen, and I'd like to have that in writing. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Council Lady. Councilman Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is one that at the onset I was a 100% absolute no. But looking at the design of it, I think I recognize the ability of us to sort of set some type of precedent with this when we are approving gas stations. But as you all know, I'm a numbers guy. The bad thing about numbers is that the numbers don't lie. The good thing about numbers is that the numbers don't lie. So from that standpoint, I just cannot get over the fact that we have 50% more gas stations per 10,000 residents than the national average. I can't get past that. I just cannot get past that. Now, do we, and it's a balancing act that we have to do. When we say to the next one that comes before us, it's going to be, I'm going to apply the same scrutiny to that one that I did for this one. But if we are going to approve one, it should be one that has the design of something like this. Now, I focus on what I do. Now, I do. When Kroger closed the location on Lamar and South 3rd, I took an opportunity to look at their annual report. You know, they make hundreds of billions of dollars, well, tens of billions of dollars in revenues, but their profits are very low on a percentage basis, largely because the spoilage rate when you're talking about food is so doggone high. So it has to be profitable for them. I just don't see how anybody can come before us, as well-intended as they may be, and have assurances that we're going to provide fresh fruit and vegetables, unless you're committed to doing something like that, like the co-op is, like I'm thinking about in Mississippi and Parkway, I think that the Works is doing. Unless you're going to have something committed like that, you got a supplier that's going to do that. I don't know if, I haven't heard that commitment. You know, it's not to us to go and pull the teeth and pull that commitment out of it, but I know that's what it takes in order, if fresh foods is going to be your business, you have to be committed to that. And I just don't know whether there's going to be enough volume, and even in 400 square feet, in order to make that profitable. So those are just my comments and my remarks about this. I'm still perplexed and don't know exactly how I'm going to vote with this, but I do have two competing interests. One saying that we got 50% more gas stations than the national average, but the other one saying if we do approve one, we won't want to look like this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councilman. Councilor Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair, so much for the opportunity. When I voted on the moratorium for the service stations, my concern, and I thought it was based on the fact of most service stations' general appearances, especially the ones up and down Lamar Avenue, some up and down Summer Avenue. People were tired of run-down looking service stations. And we had tire shops and everything else that just was not being maintained in a manner that we thought should be reflection of the city of Memphis. So when this particular project came up and the type of facility that they are presenting, that is a model or an example of what the future should look like for all service stations. If this can be done there in this section of town, it can be done any place in the city. The other thing that I see that I think is important with this particular structure, you say you got 16 or 15 other service stations where competition is going to run somebody out, and that will eliminate somebody. Now, if it happens to be this particular service station, what the advantage they have is they have a structure or building that can be adapted to another usage. And it won't be a building just standing there vacant with no possible future users. So I'm in support of it. Now, in regards to the national average, I did not look at each one of the cities. A lot of the cities on that list, they have walking communities. They don't use cars. It's a lot of places people are using, they have transportation that's adequate and they don't use cars. So they wouldn't have the need for service stations like we have here in Memphis. We need service stations because we get around with cars. If you live in Whitehaven, if you had to walk every place, you'll be wore out by the time you actually got to your destination. Hickory Hill being the same way. We just do not have these walking communities yet. So I think service stations is still going to play a part, but it's going to be our job to demand that they are maintained and look a lot better than what some of them are currently looking. So, and then in reference to the grocery store, you recommended that you were going to be giving up 1%. Why don't you give it up to a nonprofit agency and assure that they have the groceries and fresh food that they want in those facilities? So I'm going to support it. I give them an opportunity to see what they have to say. If competition run them out, they tried. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Council Lady Johnson. Council Lady Logan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I had a question for the developer or the representative. I know you said you didn't have any commitments from any tenants, but are you in talks with anyone, any of these businesses that would be tenants, or do you just have the building and you're just, you're going to go and try to get some people to come to the building?
Thank you, Council Lady Logan. The developers have been approached by several people that are wanting to put shops in the 4 bays. And now what the developer is willing to do is for 6 months post-completion, turnkey, the developer will listen to the community, and as the pledge says, we'll listen to the community and see what types of shops should go into those 4 bays. I will add this, Mr. Harper at the Collage Collaborative, we submitted to him a list of potential tenant uses, and he approved it. And Mr. Harper approved, said, yes, I like your tenant list. And we submitted that tenant list to you 2 or 3 meetings ago. I've forgotten which meeting it was. But Mr. Harper approved the tenant list. And we have been approached by several people that want, and particularly one that I remember. Apparently there is a lady that prepares fresh fruits, and she has no outlet right now. She's doing it online or word of mouth, but she would like to have a place where she can bring her fresh fruit operation, because she cuts it up and packages it in individual servings, and she would like a place to sell her fresh fruits. So the main thing is 6 months after turnkey, post-construction, the developer will listen to the community and then make a decision with the community involvement on what shops go into the 4 bays.
So, but right now, there aren't any that are ready, that are ready to go in there. It'll be 6 months afterwards.
If I understand you correctly, you're asking when is the 6 months to begin and end?
No, I was asking, do you have any prospects, or are you saying that you're going to wait 6 months before you look for some tenants?
I understand. We have been approached by people that want to locate in the shops. The developer, though, wants to use 6 month period in which to listen to the community and then decide on what the best shop goes into the 4 bays.
Okay, great. The second question is, someone had mentioned about the appearance, and it is really, really nice. Most gas stations start off really nice. When they first open up, they're clean, they're nice, they're well-staffed. What are you going to do, or what will be done to ensure that this property remains that way? Because of your location, you're right there on the interstate, and people can whip in and whip out. And so, with the trash, with the peel outs and all of the crime, are there cameras? So the 2 things on appearance and safety and security. What are your plans for that? Because a lot of crime happens at gas stations.
Councilman Logan, thanks for the question. All of Mr. Rapani's properties are maintained extremely well. And one of the ways that you create a successful business is have it neat and tidy and inviting to customers. So That is the intent here because we want people to come there. We have essentially no competition with the place across the street. And I think the addition to that whole thought is, ultimately, I think they will dig into the profits I know they have and fix that one up also. But specifically for this store, there will be every effort will be made to maintain it beautifully. I mean, we were spending a lot of money on this project, more than double a typical convenience store development. Did I answer your question?
Yeah.
Follow up to that.
Okay.
I just talked to the developer, and they have outside contractors that come in once a week to do a thorough cleaning, and they also have outside contractor for the trash removal, et cetera. And I would also point out that the staff is trained in every aspect of operation of a fuel station. So they know all the safety protocols, they know all the cleanliness protocols, and if you look at that pledge regarding security, the pledge says that the developer will make a donation to the Memphis and Shelby County Law Enforcement Foundation for a Sky camera. But to answer your question directly, they have regular maintenance that comes in once a week for thorough cleaning as well as the daily cleaning by staff.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Council Lady. Councilman Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Administrator Whitehead, I have a question for you. Do we have, when I look at this 6 per 10,000, do we have some type of registry of convenience stores or gas stations and/or?
Councilman, we used a national survey. It wasn't the Census Bureau, but it was a national number. And I do want to clarify, the number that we came up for average gas stations per 10,000 people, we did not use the nation's major cities. We used the entire country, rural areas included. If we had just used the major cities, we would probably have thrice or more of that number of gas stations per person. But there's some kind of national survey, some related entity to the Census Bureau that we used both locally and nationally.
Okay, so where I'm going with this, colleagues, is that some cities, when it came to liquor licenses, if you would, they capped the number. They basically said, we will not have more than, if it's DC, I forget what the number was, might have been 200 liquor licenses that are out there. So whether they were open or closed, you had a finite number of licenses. So from the standpoint, in order to control the number of establishments that we have, and if we're going to have one to open, we can't, I'm envisioning a system where we can't have one to open unless one closes. That way we can control, or there is some type, we're monitoring, whether we control it or not, we're monitoring the proliferation of these gas stations if we are approving them. The fact that we are looking at large cities, small cities, it's still an average, like it or not, it's still that average. But I'm just trying to see if we can't get to some point to where we can have a better handle on things. We're not necessarily smothering and prohibiting any from opening. We just don't want to be such a huge outlier as it appears that we are right now. And I'm just throwing it out there. I don't know how we do it, but that's something that came to mind, looking at but if we don't know that number, if we can't measure it, we can't manage it. If we can't manage it, you can't improve it. So that's how I'm looking at this.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may add one more point. The way we wrote the most current legislation with regard to gas stations, we really, at least from a zoning perspective, incentivize the reuse of an existing gas station.
Okay.
That if you do certain things, you can do that process without coming before the city council. So the ideal situation is, yes, it is a one-for-one trade. It's the same site.
Okay. And then my next question, Mr. Benke, you talked about Mr. Rapani's other locations. You may have presented it to us at previous meetings, but do you know any offhand that I may, if you say a particular intersection, I may have passed it before and use it as a frame of reference of how he has maintained his facilities.
There's one at State Line and Getwell that would be representative. There's also another one on Humphreys Boulevard over by Baptist that until this one was kind of the flagship. It is all brick and it looks a little more residential than it does convenience store. Those would be two off the top of my head.
That's Humphreys and Walnut Grove, right there next to the
Yes.
Wendy's? Okay.
Yes. And Councilman Jones, if it's helpful, we're at a net zero gain on this development because they are closing one at Lamar and Shelby Drive, albeit it's because of they're going to redo that intersection. And that property's already been disposed of. Soon it will be is it already torn down? It's already torn down. So we've actually have one less to this one that we're asking for.
Okay.
It's in yellow.
Yeah, that's helpful. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Councilman Jones. Councilman Canali, why don't you close us out?
What are the hours of operation?
24 hours.
24 hours for the fuel pumps in the convenience store?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Councilman Canali. I see no other members in the queue. I assume you're ready to vote. It was moved by Councilman Canali, seconded by Councilman Smiley. Please prepare the screen for item 4. Sir, please, Mr. Smiley.
I'm sorry. As it relates to the property, will there be security on scene? I'm not sure if we answered the question once before, but I know if we're talking about 24/7 operation, I do want to be sure that, assuming that this body does approve this, that it's secure and it's safe. Because, you know, when you frequent gas stations late at night, we know a lot of robberies, gun violence, and we know violence is on the uptick. So if this body does approve this, I want to be sure that it's not just security, but it's armed security. We want to keep people safe.
And station.
Councilman Smiley, there are probably 20 security cameras on the property that run 24/7.
With all respect, security cameras are not armed security.
Go ahead. There will be security there, a physical security person on the property in addition to the security cameras and the sky cop.
Now, I'm going to be very clear.
Yes,
Councilman Smiley, maybe I can help you. Would you like to offer a friendly amendment that 24-hour human armed security shall be on the property at all times?
Absolutely.
All right, I hear a friendly amendment. Applicant, are you okay with this friendly amendment that the property will have 24-hour, 365 armed security on the property?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, we agree to that.
All right.
Mr. Chair.
That friendly amendment's added. Councilman Morgan, you're recognized.
Is that a permissible amendment that we can dictate
Yes.
personnel?
Yes. Well, let's ask, just in case.
Because we've never been able to do that in terms of number of
Administrator Whitehead?
employees.
Can we condition that the applicant have 24/7, 365 armed human security on property? Or more importantly, how can I word that to make it appropriate?
And even if we cannot do that legally, and I'm not sure if we can, what I would like to see, that oath that you've been dangling before this body, add a provision that says that this particular property, will remain open for 24 hours, and every time that convenience store is open, there will be an armed security on the property going forward.
Administrator Whitehead?
Mr. Chairman, Josh Whitehead again. I'm reading from the Unified Development Code. Section 9610A reads, in granting approval of a special use permit or plan development, the governing bodies may impose reasonable conditions which serve to assure that the required findings are upheld. What are those required findings? The project shall not have a substantial or undue adverse effect upon adjacent property, et cetera, et cetera. I've repeated those to y'all several times. So I think a condition related to security is permissible, but again, with any condition, the question is enforceability. And I'll leave that question to you.
That's a valid
I don't
point.
think this particular developer would like to see this council if if he goes against a word of keeping armed security. And with that, it appears that Councilwoman Logan's in the question, but I'd love to call for the vote. Don't lie to this body.
We agree.
Okay, I have a friendly amendment to, at all times that the store is open, there shall be armed human security on campus or on property. All right, give me a fruits and, wait a minute, let me get one at a time. Is any opposition to that amendment? Therefore, the friendly amendment is now in. Now, do you wish to be recognized? Council Lady Robinson. Oh, I'm sorry. Council Lady Robinson, hold one. I did not see that Council Lady Logan is in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. My question is, even if we approve the friendly amendment and a year later he can't afford to keep the security guard, what happens? Do they close the business?
Administrator Whitehead.
That's a great question. So there's a section in the UDC, the zoning code, that allows for the revocation of any special use permit or plan development by this body if it finds that certain conditions are not being met. It's called a revocation hearing. I think we've done it once in my time here, but you relet notices and you hold the revocation hearing, and then you can undo your approval from 200 years before.
And they just close the building,
Well, in most cases, it's not a binary decision, approval of the revocation or rejection. It's approval with more conditions.
Thank you, Chair.
All right, Council Lady Robinson, you're in. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have already asked, and they said that they would, but I'd like to codify it by saying I ask that 15% of the sales floor be dedicated to fresh produce.
All right. To the applicant, do you consider that, are you all taking it as a friendly amendment, or you want me to vote on it?
Yes, we will agree to 15% of floor space for fresh produce. And Councilman Jones, you're correct. It is not a profit center, but we're glad to do that.
Okay. The friendly amendment accepted by the applicant. Is there opposition to the friendly amendment? Seeing none, friendly amendment is added. Councilman Morgan, you wish to be recognized?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are the makers of the amendments going to make sure that this is enforced on a daily and weekly basis? If their time on the council is gone, are they going to come back and petition the council for a hearing so the community doesn't have to do it? Are they going to spend their time and come down here and fight to make sure that these standards are in place? This is where I think it's going to get difficult to enforce, because it's going to be easier for the developer to ask for forgiveness than for permission. And all they're trying to do is win and get through this vote right now. They'll promise the world. And I think it puts an undue burden on our Department of Planning and Development too, because we just don't have the manpower for all of these little details if we were to be consistent about this and do it all the way down the line for all these other projects as well. So I have even more concern about the hopes and aspirations that some council members are placing on these amendments, that it's going to make everything all right, and not potentially make this a more difficult situation, not only for this body, but then the burden on the community to petition to come back before us if this isn't upheld in the bargain. So I'll restate my opposition. I think this is a slippery slope that we're going down, and I believe the language that Mr. Whitehead used was it undue burden, or particularly what's that? Adverse impact. Okay, so if it interferes with the operations of the business, it's an adverse impact. If it interferes with the bottom line or the profit line, that's an adverse impact. And they might be able to say yes to you today, but a judge might say no to us and to the community tomorrow. So I think adverse impact in terms of the restrictions, if it starts to go the other way for this gas station, because there are 15 others in the area, these restrictions that we're putting on them could very well be taken as an adverse impact to their profit line. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Councilman Morgan. Mr. Binky, we've gone back and forth on amendments. Do you have anything further to add or request?
No, we agreed to the 15% space as amended.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, just one item. We have a condition 2B that we are asking to be struck as part of the vote. I don't want to complicate things. The condition 2B has the effect of prohibiting or diminishing customers from coming in from the parking side of the retail area. So I don't want to make it any more complicated than it already is, but
it is. All right, Administrator Whitehead, would you come forward, please? Would you walk us through 2B, please?
This is in your, Mr. Chairman, in your resolution as well as in your staff report. Condition 2B reads, all primary entrances and facades shall front Tillman, period. Secondary customer entrances that front the north or south may be permitted. However, customer entrances shall not be permitted to front the west. Such rear entrances may be permitted as service entrances, period. And if you recall, Mr. Chairman, this condition dates back to the Lanes Control Board before the site redo that the applicant proposed. And then there's one final Roman numeral I. If within the eastern retail area, a retail bay is not within 20 feet of the Tillman facade, staff may permit primary entrances that do not front the east. So that's the complete 2B.
Okay, before I go to Councilman Smiley, that's what you're asking me to strike so that they can enter off of Sam Cooper and Broad?
no, I want them to, we want any customer who pulls into the parking lot on the west side, the interior, to be able to enter the building from there also.
Okay, you want a west side entry to the building?
Yes, sir. That's all we're asking for is that portion.
For A and B?
For A and B or for the convenience store? Do you mean the out parcels A and B or for the convenience store?
Both out parcels A and B of the retail area.
Only?
Only. That's all we're asking for.
I hear what you're asking for. Before we go to Councilman Smiley, can I go ahead and if someone wishes to make that amendment, feel free to offer. Councilman Smiley, you wish to be recognized?
Absolutely. Administrator Whitehead, I got your title right today on the record. I know there was an amendment made prior to 2B or whatever. What is your office's suggestion as it relates to the provision they're seeking to remove?
Well, staff is against this project.
Okay.
We find that it's out of compliance with, it's out of compliance with Memphis 3.0, and if I may, Mr. Chairman, this kind of goes to why plan? Why are we planning? We didn't plan for a long time, and so our CIP budget was completely mismatched with our land use decisions, which created a problem. What we're trying to do through planning is match our land use decisions with our CIP budget. And in particular, at this corner, we have spent some money installing a bike track lane on the adjacent streets to this property. And the hope is, through the Memphis 3.0 future land use plan, is that through our public investment, our expectations have arisen. So gas stations, maybe 10 years ago, we would have recommended approval of this, but today we don't. That said, Mr. Councilman, to answer your question directly, striking 2B is perfectly reasonable since these buildings are now totally repositioned from where they were when it went to the Lands Control Board.
Okay, thank you for answering the question. And my next question, where would the dumpster be? The location of the dumpster, that's not to you, that's to the applicant. And then I'm done. Then I call for the question.
Yes, sir. Councilman Smiley, if you look to the upper left corner, the northwest corner, that's where the dumpster will be.
Oh, there they are. Yeah, right atop the C-store, right above it.
Just above the C-store.
Okay, all right. Okay, so based on the conversation with Administrator Whitehead, based on where we are now, it is reasonable to remove provision 2B. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm done.
Do I have an amendment?
Yes, go ahead. Call for the question.
Well, wait a minute, time. I have an amendment to strike 2B, including I. Moved by Councilman Smiley, second by Council Lady Johnson. It's been offered, it's friendly. Is there any opposition to that? No objection. Do you have objection? No objection? Question, Council Lady Logan.
Yes. In removing 2B, how does that affect, or what, does it have an adverse effect on what the lady said earlier about people trying to get to the gas station from the community on the west side? The pedestrians.
Mr. Chairman, I'll take
Please.
that answer, that question. So the condition 2B that we're talking about would only apply to those two buildings that face Tillman. The original idea would be that all the pedestrian traffic comes to those buildings from the sidewalk on Tillman. And I think the applicant wishes to center all the pedestrian traffic into the center of the site. So the site is all facing inward as opposed to outward. And so the entrances to buildings A and B would be on that left side, facing the convenience store, facing the gas station.
You got entrances on the front. They're going to eliminate.
Good to go?
On that side,
Yes,
just make them
right,
be on this
exactly.
side. So you have to come in from where the Tillman, where the interstate is?
No, you have to come in from the parking lot.
Okay, thank you.
We good to go?
Yes, sir, thank you.
All right, very good. All right, colleagues, there's no one else in the queue. Just a reminder, this is being voted on as amended, so even if you add the amendments, we vote for it, the amendments are in. If we vote against it, then I guess it's irrelevant. Seeing no other members in the queue, moved by Canale, seconded by Smiley. Please prepare the screen for item 4 as amended and cast your votes. Please show the screen.
Canale, no. Carlisle recused. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, no. Logan, no. Morgan, no. Robinson, yes. Smiley, yes. Swearingen, yes. Warren, no. Chairman Colvett, no.
Okay, by virtue of our rule, a tie means the applicant and the item fails. Call item 6, please. Please.
Item number 6 is a resolution approving a special use permit for the subject property located at 3114 Jackson Avenue. This resolution is sponsored by the Division of Planning and Development. The case number is SUP 21-24.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. Everyone is leaving, but they're being fairly respectful. Hang on. Councilman Canale.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This case was not heard in committee. We sent it downstairs without presentation, without recommendation. DPD is on hand for a presentation, and the applicant is here as well. And with that, I move it to the floor.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councilman Canale. Please give those to Sutter. Been moved by Councilman Canale, seconded by Councilman Carlisle. Officer Young, do we have any cards on item 6? No cards on item 6, which no opposition. Give me my applicant, please. Are you present? Alpha Omega, Cordell Walker. There you are. Mr. Walker, can I go ahead and just get your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Cordell Walker. I live at 6707 Lake Point Circle, Memphis, Tennessee.
All right, thank you very much. Colleagues, there is no opposition for this, and I see no members in the queue. It was moved by Canale, seconded by Carlisle. I assume you're ready to vote on item 6. I have a request for a presentation. Staff, you're recognized. Mr. Walker, why don't you go ahead and have a seat, and we'll do the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. Brian Box with the Division of Planning and Development. This is a special use permit application for an existing facility at 3114 Jackson Avenue. The request to allow a social service institution for a program of supportive services for military veterans. This is the planning area. It is in the Heights, just west of the Heights neighborhood and east of Hyde Park on the north side of Jackson Avenue. The subject property by the zoning map is zone EMP, which is your formal light industrial district zoning. This is an existing Marine training station that was once used by the military and the U.S. Marine Corps. This site is a very large property that has an existing building and supportive facilities. The zoning of the property, as you can see by this graphic, is light industrial or heavy industrial uses on the north side of Jackson Avenue. The nearest single-family homes are approximately 200 feet to the southeast of this property. As you can see on the north side, the predominant land use is EMP or light industrial zoning. The site plan is the applicant proposed a concept plan that allows the use of the existing building. They've also submitted a more detailed site plan that's included in your packet that shows the layout of the buildings and its complex. The existing facilities be used for the supportive service facility. This is a view from Jackson Avenue that shows the street view of the location of the site. As you can see, it fronts on Jackson Avenue with a walkway to the front of the building. There are also two access points from Jackson Avenue with supportive services to the rear for a gym and other facilities. And in conclusion, the staff has agreed that the structures are limited in square feet, but the total occupancy will be subject to the development, services staff, and approval by OPD. The building will be utilized in its full capacity to accommodate the requirements of the institution, the social service institution, and a detailed site plan illustrating the location of the building, accessory parking and facilities, including the internal drive and the access and circulation. This applicant has taken precautions to maintain the building in its current state to allow for the similar uses of the building. The preliminary site plan submitted illustrates the former use of the grounds, including the plan to build two additional facilities in the rear for supportive living. The site plan also addresses specific improvements such as landscaping, both internal and external, with emphasis on designated land uses for each service. Proposed use of the property in the grounds, buildings, and accessory uses for this development coincides with the former use of the building as a Marine Corps training station and the grounds, and it supports the industrial flex land use and use designation in Memphis 3.0. We're recommending approval of this application with conditions, and the Land Use Control Board recommended approval with conditions on October 4th by consent by a vote of 7-0. Mr. Chairman, members of the council, there was no opposition. The applicant met all the requirements for neighborhood notification and sign posting, and we're recommending approval as well as the Land Use Control Board. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bacchus. Mr. Canale, Councilman Canale, you're recognized.
Did you say me? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, I request the same night minutes for this item. If those of you on this body do not know Mr. Cordell Walker and the Alpha Omega Veteran Services, it's worth your time to go visit one of their facilities and see the great work that they're doing. The reason that I request the same night minutes is because they have been trying to take title of this property, and they can't do so until this special use permit is issued. So I would certainly appreciate your vote in support of this item so that Mr. Walker can continue to do the amazing work that he does for our veterans each and every day. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councilman Canale. Councilman Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm glad that I asked for this presentation. Mr. Walker, I appreciate the work that you're doing and what apparently is your vision for this facility. I couldn't envision it just looking at the address, just hearing the address of it. But seeing the facility, I can't think of any better adaptive use than to serve those who have served this country. So I'm proud to be voting in support of this, of what you plan to do at this location. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you very much, Councilman Jones. Seeing no other members of the queue, is moved by Councilman Canale, second by Councilman Carlisle. Please prepare the screen and vote on item 6 and cast your votes.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Smiley, yes. Swearinger, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Colbeck, yes.
Thank you. That item passes. Thank you, sir. Thank you for all you do, Cordell. All right, Madam Comptroller, call item 7, please.
Item number 7 is a resolution approving a special use permit for the subject property located at 575 Phelan Avenue. This resolution is sponsored by the Division of Planning and Development. The case number is SUP 21-25.
Thank you very much. Councilman Canali?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This item was not heard in committee. We sent it downstairs without presentation, without recommendation. With that, I move it to the floor.
Thank you very much. Been moved by Councilman Canali, seconded by Councilman Carlisle. Ms. Reeves, are you representing the applicant on this?
Chairman, Cindy Reeves, SR Consulting, 5909 Shelby Oaks Drive, Suite 200.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bacchus, would you go ahead and give us a quick presentation, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. Again, Brian Bacchus with the Division of Planning and Development. This is a request, again, for a special use permit for a social service institution located at 575 Phelan Avenue. This is in the South Memphis area, just east of Booker T. Washington High School. This is the planning area, as noted, south of New Pathways and near College Park, in the north of the Washington Heights community. The zoning of the area, as before, the application was for EMP zoning. This application is also located in employment district zoning. It is an existing warehouse building that will be modified to include offices for a resource center. The land use in the area, as you can see from the graphic, is primarily light industrial, highlighted by the color purple. Also to the north are institutional and west institutional uses for public facilities. This is just adjacent to the Illinois Central Railroad in the South Memphis area. The site plan reveals the modification of the existing warehouse building to allow for associated parking and access off of Phelan Avenue. The applicant is proposing office and resource center for this street view of the building. It would be modified to include additional improvements, site improvements to further rehabilitate the site. And in conclusion, with Office of Planning and Development has recommended approval of this site with the former use of the building and grounds, and supports the anchor neighborhood mixed building type land use in the Memphis 3.0. We're recommending approval of this application with conditions. The Land Use Control Board recommended approval with conditions on October 4th on consent by a vote of 7-0. We received some calls in the area regarding this facility. I think those calls, we talked with those individuals who were concerned about the facility. We did not hear back from them. However, there was no opposition at Land Use Control Board, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have about it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bacchus. It was moved by Councilman Canali, seconded by Councilman Carlisle. Seeing no members of the queue, I assume you're ready to vote on item 7. Please prepare the screen. Cast your votes.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Smiley, yes. Swearinger, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Colbeck, yes.
Thank you. That item passes.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Reeves. Have a great day. Madam Comptroller, call item 8.
Item number 8 is a resolution approving a planned development for property located at the east side of Horn Lake Road, plus or minus 732 feet north of Levi Road. This resolution is sponsored by the Division of Planning and Development. The case number is PD 21-31.
Thank you very much. Councilman Canali?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This case was not heard in committee. We sent it downstairs without presentation, without recommendation. But with that, I move it to the floor.
Been moved by Councilman Canali, seconded again by Councilman Carlisle. Officer Young, do we have any cards on that, on item 8? While we're doing that, applicant, we do have a card. Applicant, would you go up and give me your name and address, please? The ladies up front have.
This is Wesley Wardridge with the Renaissance Group.
All right, go ahead and give me your home address. Your home address, please.
9700 Village Circle in Lakeland, Tennessee.
All right, thank you very much. Dr. Lynette Williams, are you with us? There you are. Okay, you're on the front row. All right, colleagues, we do have one card in opposition on this one, so let's go ahead and get a presentation, Mr. Bacchus, and then we'll hear the case.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, Brian Bacchus with the Division of Planning and Development. This is a plan development application to allow for construction of 62 new single-family attached homes or townhomes in the Levi area, just north of Levi Elementary. The planning area, as stated before, it's near the Valley Forge development, just west of Valley Forge, and northeast of Westwood Meadows neighborhood, and north of Audubon Parks neighborhood, near the Levi Elementary School, and south of the new senior living facility off of Fairway Avenue. As you can see by the overhead graphic and the zoning map of the area, this parcel is vacant, heavily wooded, just south of the Technical Center, SCS Technical Center, directly adjacent to the north, and across from one daycare center, as well as a church, places of worship. As you can see by the land use map, the primary use of this property, and also the primary use in the area, the multifamily and single family, this development is also proposing single family to be located directly adjacent to single family. This concept plan shows a private street that's served by 62 townhomes, as well as single-family attached homes in the planned development. The interior development, which should also include walking trails, amenities, and the most important aspect of the plan should include natural landscape buffers. The applicant is providing those landscape buffers as well as the natural stream along the eastern boundary. This request for housing units for two-family attached homes and townhomes introduces a mix of housing types in the development area in recent years for plans that include a mix of apartment homes within the plan. This proposal for unit types within the Memphis 3.0 plan to allow for a mix of housing on a tract and the surrounding land uses and zoning is compatible with this type of suburban style development, which meets the criteria for land use scale and height. The Memphis 3.0 plan, this application is consistent in accordance with the Memphis 3.0 plan. The Division of Planning and Development is recommended approval with conditions, and the Land Use Control Board also recommended approval with conditions on October 4th. The vote was voted on by 7-0 by consent. We received one call on yesterday from Dr. Williams concerning this development, and that's the only calls that, well, we received several calls during the process. However, there was no formal opposition filed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bacchus. Colleagues, we have only one card in opposition, so I just assume go 2 minutes per side, but Councilman Carlisle, do you wish to be recognized before we hear from the applicant in the opposition?
Yeah, I mean, might as well. I see Cheyenne and Martavius in the queue too. My question is, and I'm trying to pull it up. I, for some reason, don't have the case in my binder. I can't find it, which is okay. On the conditions, it's going to come back for administrative site plan review to you guys, correct? As far as the conditions for exterior materials, driveway lengths, and things like that, can you give a quick and dirty on, I mean, we typically, when we have plan developments like this, we typically want to know, what the length of the driveway is and some of those things, or garage doors, et cetera. Can you give a quick bullet point summary? And I'm sorry I'm asking for it, I just can't find the case.
These are, Councilman Carlisle, these are single-family attached homes you can see on the screen. These are not single-family homes. As you can see, the parking is internal to the buildings. The 4-unit development, these are townhomes, and these are attached homes. You have a maximum of 4 units per building. You come into the private drive, on either side you have internal parking. So I don't believe there'll be any garages associated with this development plan.
So it's internal surface parking, walk up. Okay.
That's correct.
All right.
With walkways to the parking lot.
And that's a gate on the private drive?
That's correct.
Okay. Perfect, thank you.
There's a gate here.
And then as far as materials required, or at least for something that's facing the public streets?
Yes, we have in the conditions at least 50% brick. And that's consistent with the developments in this area.
Thank you.
The Weaver Fields development has the same requirement.
All right, thank you. Those are all my questions.
All right, thank you, Councilman Carlisle. It appears Councilman Jones has questions of staff, but Council Lady Johnson is next in the queue. Council Lady Johnson, do you have questions of staff or questions of the applicant?
Applicant.
Okay, do you mind if all right, do you have a question?
Mine will probably could be answered by anybody.
Then I tell you what, let's do this. Let's go ahead and hear 2 minutes from the applicant, 2 minutes from the opposition. I'll come back to Cheyenne. Fair enough? Wes, good to see you again, my friend. Give us your name and address again for the record, and we'll start your 2-minute clock.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Wesley Wardridge with the Renaissance Group, 9700 Village Circle in Lakeland, Tennessee. We're here tonight presenting what I consider a very exciting plan development, a new investment in this community. You know, Ms. Hill's coming out of Nashville. She grew up here. She's reinvesting where she, her old stomping grounds, where she is heavily invested with friends and family. Just tonight, it's really any general questions that you have, we're here to answer.
Okay, then why don't you save the balance of your time, and then I'll hear from the opposition if you wish to rebut. Dr. Williams? If you could share your name and address again, and we'll start your 2-minute clock.
Dr. Lynette Williams, 5175 Corn Lake Road. I'm also an advisor for Southwest Memphis Community Development Corporation. And the only thing that I don't necessarily have an opposition to what they're doing. However, because I had an opportunity to actually look at the property, and I've seen it at least 8 times a month, because I pass that way all the time. Because basically it was for sale, then it had a sold sign on it, and today when I went by, it had a public hearing sign on it. And so what I'm concerned about is the process. We're not being allowed to have total transparency. Even in your agenda, it does not have the actual address of the property. And so we need to have some kind of community involvement where we can have some oversight for all these new developments in places where we live. And so we'd like to have a community oversight board. We'd like District 6 to be notified, at least all our community development organizations, our homeowners associations, about all the new developments that you want to bring to our area, especially if they don't live in our area currently. We also want to have an opportunity for minority-owned businesses, contractors. This particular area is 97% black. It's the most polluted area in the city, and we need to have some kind of accountability as well as economic development so we can do some things in our own community. And so what we'd like to do is have some type of moratorium, because it seems like this process is that they go to the city council, they get approval, and we don't hear anything about it. You have a hearing and you've already made a decision and you have an ordinance. Okay, I appreciate it, and just get back to us.
All right, thank you, Doctor. Okay, applicant, if you wish to rebut or offer some further thoughts, for example, did you reach out per the rules to the community, hold community meetings, that kind of thing?
We did. We had our neighborhood meeting.
Need a clock, please, minute and 30.
Required to do it. We had a neighborhood meeting. We had a public hearing. And Ms. Hill is invested in the community. As I said, her parents still live there. Her extended family still lives there. She is minority owner.
Is that your owner right there?
Yes.
Is that the owner? Please step forward. Now go ahead and have your name and address for the record, please.
Kimberly Hill, 1490 Union Avenue, Suite 140.
Outstanding. There we go. Just 30 seconds. Just tell us a little bit about yourself and what you're planning on doing.
Yes, I am from Memphis. I'm sorry, I'm from Whitehaven, and I've been in Whitehaven. I had several businesses in Whitehaven. I decided to come back to my community and develop in my community where my parents are still residing and where I raised my children. We have decided to build 75 townhomes, which will be 45 3-bedrooms and 22 bedrooms. And we're having a clubhouse with, what else? Let's see.
Got to wrap it up.
That's it. That's all I have to say.
Super. Yeah, just trying to be fair. That clock was set 2 minutes. You had about 30 seconds left, actually. Okay, thank you very much. Now we're going to go to council members. All right. Council Lady Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you so much. How many notices were sent out for the meeting, the community meeting? How many notices were sent out?
For the neighborhood meeting or the land use control board meeting?
Neighborhood meeting.
The neighborhood meeting, I'll defer it to the applicant. We didn't send the neighborhood meeting. When we mailed them, we didn't prepare them.
So how many did you mail then?
I believe, I can't remember, Councilman Johnson, but I can look at the packet to give you a more accurate answer, which would be 30.
30, okay. Okay, so the next question is how many people are in attendance with the meeting?
It was a phone, Zoom meeting. We had, I believe, 3 people that attended the meeting.
3?
Yes, ma'am.
Ooh, they really didn't get much notice or something happened there if only 3 people attended. Okay, next question. What is are you gonna sell these or what are you gonna do?
She's going to retain ownership and lease these.
This is gonna be rental property, in other words. What's the expected rent?
900.
900 for how much? A 2-bedroom?
3-bedroom, 2 bath.
300, okay, no, okay, that's reasonable for right now.
That's reasonable.
Okay, those were my questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Council Lady Johnson. Councilman Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you. And some of my questions were addressed previously. One of the things that I always ask is what is going to be the construction material? So that was satisfied when it was stated that the requirement is 50% brick. And then my next question was going to be, are these going to be properties that are going to be for sale, or are these going to be rental properties? And that has been answered as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, we're good to go. Councilman Carlisle, you're recognized.
Thank you. So, first off, before I get into this, because I don't want to go south, I am excited that there's development going on down there. Wish it weren't necessarily rental, but that's not my job to dictate. There's a balance between your cost and return. I get that, but are these at any point subsidized housing, or are these going to be true affordable? What's the target market here? You're welcome to speak.
We have allowed it 15% for low income.
So hitting the 80% AMI. Okay. And then everything else is market.
Yes.
Okay. So I think, because I think both are good. I just want to make sure that it's not a lot going on back there. Sorry. I just want to make sure that the quality of product matches the neighborhood, and that, again, that it's nice enough that the neighborhood wants it, and that it's affordable enough that the neighborhood can access it, and there's a balance there. But I am very excited that you guys are building gated, secure, safe, true affordable housing. I don't know that I've got any other questions as far as the PUD goes. I'll be interested to see what the site plan is. All right, thank you. Again, now, thank you for the reinvestment. I mean, I appreciate it. My hope is that, you guys work with tenants and perhaps people will be able to start purchasing those, because you can still do condoed out, single family, even if they are attached, they can be condoed and sold. That I yield back.
Thank you very much. It's been moved by Councilman Canale, seconded by Councilman Carlisle. So no other members of the queue. I assume you're ready to vote on item 8. Please prepare the screen and cast your votes.
Smiley, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Smiley, yes. Swearingen, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Covet, yes.
Thank you. That item passes. Okay. Please call item 10.
Item number 10 is an ordinance amending ordinance number 5267 of the Code of Ordinances, City of Memphis, Tennessee, adopted on August 10th, 2010, as amended, known as the Memphis and Shelby County Unified Development Code, so as to make certain changes in the use districts provided in said ordinance. Up for third and final reading. This ordinance is sponsored by the Division of Planning and Development. It was held from November 2nd. The case number is Z21-11, ordinance number 5797.
All right. Thank you very much, Madam Comptroller. Councilman Canale.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This case was heard at our last meeting on November 2nd. It was held to have a community meeting in the meantime. With that, move it to the floor.
Thank you very much. It's been moved by Councilman Canale, seconded by Councilman Smiley. And just to double check, did anybody pull a card for, this is item 10? Sounds good. All right. It's been moved by Councilman Canale, seconded by Councilman Smiley. See no members of the queue. I assume you're ready to vote on item 10. Please cast your votes.
Canale, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Smiley, yes. Swearingen, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Covet, yes.
Thank you. That item passes. Call item 11, please.
Item number 11 is an ordinance amending ordinance number 5367 of the Code of Ordinances, City of Memphis, Tennessee, adopted on August 10th, 2010, as amended, known as the Memphis and Shelby County Unified Development Code, so as to make certain changes in the use districts provided in said ordinance. Up for third and final reading. This ordinance is sponsored by the Division of Planning and Development. The case number is Z21-10, ordinance number 5810.
Councilman Canale.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This case has been heard, was given no recommendation. Staff is on hand should anyone want a presentation. With that, I move to the floor.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councilman Canale, second by Councilman Smiley. Applicant, I see Mr. Brittenham again. May I go ahead and have your name and address again for the record?
Yes, sir. Dedrick Brittenham. Address is 3385 Airways Boulevard, Suite 229, Memphis, zip code 38116.
Outstanding. Joyce Adams, Opal Washington. I guess Opal Washington signed in twice. Are y'all here? Okay, super. And y'all are both in opposition to this, correct? Okay. Councilor Robinson, do you want to be recognized before we hear from the applicant and the opposition? After? No problem. All right, I have two people wishing to speak, so why don't we go 4 minutes for the applicant and 2 minutes each for the opposition. You have the floor, 4-minute clock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have a slide deck. Would you pull up the first slide, please? The introduction. The next slide is the 3.0 plan, and if you'll notice in the left-hand corner, the red arrow, the recommendation is employment, and this is a 3.0 plan that all the citizens in that area and throughout the city of Memphis and the city council voted on Memphis 3.0, and its recommendation is employment. Next slide, please. This is a slide of the existing distribution facilities, and the outline is the site. Next slide, please. This is a letter of support from the Greater Whitehaven Economic Redevelopment Corporation stating their support for this project. Next slide, please. This is a slide of the Memphis Chamber of Commerce in support. And then the next slide, please. It shows that There will be an estimated 1,000 to 3,000 jobs created by this rezoning to employment for a distribution facility. And at the bottom, you'll see the total property tax creation is $750,000 per year. And lastly, this is a picture of the road conditions. So would you please put slide number 2 back on the screen, and then we'll reserve the rest of our time for rebuttal. Thank you.
All right, very good. 2 minutes and 30 seconds to the applicant. And let's start with Ms. Adams. If you'll come forward. And kind of as you've seen before, there's going to be a 4-minute clock, so just kind of be careful with your time so that your friend can speak too. Ms. Adams, may I have your name and address for the record, then you may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Joyce Adams. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Councilman. My address is 5379 Zodiac Road, Memphis, Tennessee 38118, and that has been my permanent address since 1988. I'm not here to stop jobs from coming into the Memphis and the Shelby County area, but I'm here to stop warehouses providing jobs in my back door. I have sent emails, and our neighbors have sent emails to all the council people, and you know what our concerns are. We know that we are surrounded by warehouses. The last big one was the Amazon about 5 years ago. And over the summer, we've had 3 more warehouses that have been completed, and they are taking applications to open. At the Airways and Holmes Road, there is the ground. It's moving from South Memphis to that particular area, and they're going to be traveling on that 2-lane road that has not been upgraded between Tullahoma and Airways since I've been in the community since 1988. It is very dangerous. We have accidents all the time, and sometimes with fatalities. Last week I saw 2 deer that were killed on the side of the road, and cars were banged up pretty bad. We have too much traffic going, and the land that's in question is right across from the 3 warehouses that just built. So we're going to have more and more traffic. And I don't know how many acres is in that property, the Sarah Holmes property. How many acres is that again? How many acres in that property? How many acres in the Sarah Holmes property that you're trying to get rezoned? Nobody knows?
70.
How many acres are in the Sarah Holmes property that you're trying to rezone?
70.52. 70.52.
70.52. It seemed to me that I've seen something different, like it may have grown somewhat. Is it? Has it? No answers?
Staff, can we get some answers to this? Madam Comptroller, stop the clock, please.
Mr. Chairman, I find the best way to proceed with these public hearings is to get all the questions on the floor, get the testimony through, and then I'll answer any questions that come up.
Perfect. All right, we have question
Okay,
1. And also, ma'am, be
seen-
cognizant, Ms. Washington, you're chewing into her time too.
Okay, it seemed to me that I have seen that it has increased like 80 to 81 acres since it went to the land use board and we voted on back in August. So I want to know, how can you make those changes and it comes to you to be voted upon? That's my concern. That's so confusing to me. So we know we don't want no more traffic, we don't want no more warehouses, because it be added on to the problem we already got in our community. So I want you to search your hearts of hearts and do the right thing for your constituents and not support the out-of-town developers. Memphis 3.0 is alive and well, but it may not be good for everybody in the city, okay? Thank you very much for your time.
Well, thank you. All right, thank you, Ms. Adams. Opal, are you ready? Ms. Washington?
I got 51 seconds.
Well, I tell you what, I'll make it a minute, but may I have your name and address first, please?
My name is Opal Washington. I live at 5309 Skyward Cove, Memphis, Tennessee, 38118. I'm here to represent the people who had to work and were not able to come down here, and the animals who cannot touch sweep for themselves. We're asking for you all not to encompass us again with warehouses, because there are enough warehouses. As I stated once before, the warehouses that are already established are not completely filled, and you're saying you're bringing more jobs to the city? No, fill the warehouses that are already empty at present time. This is affecting more than the people who are in the proximity of where the warehouse is going to be built. There's contingency that the city council has a pious attitude regarding decision making of the people. And I made the phone calls that you referred me to. I got no response. I sent an email. I got no response from the email. And to me, I feel like it's all about the Benjamins, and you're allowing people to come into the city that don't even live here and they're tearing up stuff. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Washington. Okay, that concludes opposition. Applicant, you have 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Marty Lipinski will address the board, the commission, the council about roads. Thank you.
Okay.
Name and address.
Martin Lipinski, 774 East Snowden Circle, Memphis, Tennessee. I did the traffic study for this particular development. One of the strong recommendations was that Tullahoma be improved from 3 lanes from homes to the state line. It is already sort of 3 lanes in some sections, but we recommend a full improvement. Traffic from this site and the site across Tullahoma to the east will be routed to Holmes and then to the east towards Lamar. Holmes is improved most of the way to Lamar. The last section is being improved. That's where all the rail yards are. That's where all the logistics work is being done. So we are not routing traffic north on Tullahoma past Holmes or to the west on Holmes Road.
Thank you, Mr. Lipinski. Minute and a half to go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We just ask for your support. Thank you.
All right, that concludes rebuttal. Ma'am, you used all your time. Okay, heard from both sides, heard rebuttal, time's out. We go to Council Lady Robinson.
Mr. Chair, can we get the staff to answer the questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, Josh Whitehead with the Division of Planning and Development. I have a slide that I think answers the question pretty directly. When this application was first filed with us, it included only the Sarah Holmes property, that is the center property. And let me use these visuals to demonstrate the difference between the 3. So the center polygon is the Sarah Holmes property. Staff was alarmed at the proximity of this industrial zoning to the 2 yellow residential properties, single-family residential properties. So before notice was mailed, before this case went to the Land Use Control Board about 2 months ago, we had the notice amended so it reflected the 2 additional properties. So let me take a step back. When we expressed our concerns about these 2 properties being so close to industrial zoning, the applicant then negotiated purchasing those 2 properties from the applicants, from those 2 property owners. So what is before you is 82 acres as opposed to the 74 plus or minus that was originally filed maybe about 3 months ago.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to express to my council members the community's concern in this area. And I just want you to picture this in your community. In my district, this is District 3, right past the airport, on all my main thoroughfares, I have warehouses, trucking companies, major companies, because we house approximately 42% of all industry. Memphians, people from Arkansas, people from Mississippi are coming to work every day in this area. The community has said loud and clear. They have been very clear about it. I have seen pictures. No company wants their trucks routed through their community, but GPS somehow sends these trucks through those communities, and those streets and the roads are so narrow, they cannot turn around. When it's time for them to go to work, take their children to school, when they come home in the evening, the streets are bombarded by trucks. We have not put in the infrastructure that's necessary for them to even get in and out of their homes. They don't want to be surrounded by industry that's encroaching upon their life, their home, and what they believe should be a peaceful place. My major concern, and I had this problem a couple of years ago with another trucking company in the area, and this council approved it, and everything the neighbors said would happen is happening. I am concerned that we're here today and the city has not made, we did make one commitment today, and that was to ask the state to speed up widening of Holmes Road up from Airways to Tullahoma. That is crucial because it is very dangerous. My real concern is that we have to, as a council, make a concerted effort to make our communities and our neighbors feel like they are at home. We want other people to move to our communities. They're not just saying no to new development in their community, they're saying no because we have not responded to their concerns and their needs. Council members, I don't know how to fix this problem. What I do know is that we need some traffic lights, we need some streets repaved, and we need to ensure that those trucks don't go down Tullahoma in my neighborhood where people live, work, and play, and go to church. In that little small area where Zodiac Park is, we have trucks that go in there and sit and take a nap. We need to have more control over what happens in our communities, and they are not getting the support that they're asking for. Council members, please, as you look at this issue, ask questions and ask yourself, if it were around your neighborhood, how would you want to address it, and what would your demands be? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Council Lady Robinson. Councilman Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'd first like to start my comments by saying to Ms. Adams, I'm not going to be one to say no to out-of-town development. We need an influx of money coming into this community now. Some of it can be good, some of it can be bad. Not all of it is good. You know, when we talked about this earlier in committee, excuse me, that the fact that a lot of outside money has come in and purchased a lot of the residential property and therefore are driving up rental rates here. That's bad money coming into this community. Now, I'm not saying that I want to go on the record. It's saying this right now. I will not be voting for another warehouse job as long as I'm on the council. I will not. Our city leaders made the mistake long ago by saying we want to be the distribution capital because distribution requires strong muscles and a strong back, and it doesn't require a strong brain. If you're talking to me and you're talking about we're bringing in jobs that use your head, check jobs. We're talking about, now, if we're talking about, I'm totally supportive. If we want to be the EV capital of the U.S., I'll support those all day. But when we're talking about regular warehouse jobs, I'm not going to support it. Now, I'm just one vote. So a question that I have, has the tenant been identified? If so, who is it? My next question is going to be, have they gone before the Edge Board? Will they be asking for a tax break? Will we be subsidizing our own poverty again, colleagues? And so for that standpoint, I won't be supporting this. So who's the tenant and what will they be paying?
Oh, okay. Would you repeat the first question, please?
Who's the tenant? Has there been a tenant identified?
No
Okay.
tenant has been identified.
So this is spec
Because it
what?
hasn't been approved.
I know, but what I'm saying though, this is spec. This is a spec construction.
Yes.
Okay.
I will say this, Councilman Jones. As we all know, there's a bottleneck of containers on the West Coast. There are 80 ships off the shore on the West Coast. The trains coming from the West Coast are chock full of containers. And the reason is there's no place to unload and store the goods that are packed inside those containers. This distribution facility, which is different than a warehouse, this distribution facility will help in a small way to relieve the bottleneck that is on the West Coast right now. And your second question as to the edge, no, sir. No edge, there would be no edge, and my client is here, TPA, and they're from Atlanta, Georgia. And by the way, TPA has invested millions of dollars in this community and provided numerous jobs. This is like their third or fourth site in Memphis and Shelby County, and they've been good citizens. You know, that's what we'd like to say on that, on those two questions. And as to the road improvements, our client supports the neighborhood in having the roads improved. They want the roads improved. We're an advocate for improving the roads, and we're going to do everything we can to see that the roads are improved from Airways to Tullahoma on Holmes Road, and from Holmes to State Line on Tullahoma. We support the neighborhood in that respect.
Thank you for this comment. Respectfully though, distribution is just another name for a warehouse, Mr. Britnam. We can agree to disagree on that, but the types of jobs that will be there, these will be those that require strong back and strong muscles to do so. And so I'm just one vote, but my vote is no to warehouses coming to Memphis. Let's be more forward thinking. Let's look at the emerging technologies. Let's look at electronic vehicles. Let's look at the battery, the technology that goes behind that, as opposed to just distributing them. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you very much, Councilman Jones. It's been moved by Councilman Canale, seconded by Councilman Smiley. Seeing no members of the queue, I assume we're ready to vote on this item 11. Please spread the screens. Councilman Carlisle, you're jumping in. Councilman Carlisle, you're recognized. Please clear the screen.
Sorry for the late ad. I had a couple questions. This is a little tricky for me because how we got here needs to be taken into consideration. But the reality is that the majority of this area already is in the distribution business, and there isn't a significant, while there is some, there isn't a significant amount of residential in and around the neighborhood. This isn't some of the cases that we've seen before us where you're plopping down a warehouse in the middle of thousands of homes that are immediately adjacent. Also, the local Whitehaven development community has a letter saying they're standing by the project. The Memphis Chamber, whether you agree or disagree, is standing by the project. As far as the path of development, the issue is they can't have conversations with any sort of user until they have entitlements, because no user is going to risk their time, effort, or energy entering into even the negotiations that cost that firm money, and they're not going to do that with the uncertainty of zoning. And in the world of development, it's up to the developer to have it entitled and either spec build and hope through the spec build they're leasing it up, or at least go enter negotiations if it's a single tenant building. None of that can take place until they have the basic entitlements to the property. part of the issue that I'm becoming more and more aware of, thanks to Councilwoman Robinson and Councilman Ford, is the issues along Tullahoma and Holmes and the surrounding area and the infrastructure. So the question begs is like, yes, if nothing happens to those roads, this creates more of an issue. However, you're more likely to get the state's attention when you have a series of, because all the congestion that you're talking about, if you were to go to a macroeconomics professor and they started crunching the numbers on the amount of congestion that occurs and slows down those trucks, even if it's an extra 5 seconds a day per truck, right? So it doesn't sound like a lot. But let's say the value of those 5 seconds is $10 times 1,000 trucks times 365 days. All of a sudden you start to realize that congestion adds up to millions and millions of dollars of economic impact that spans across the global economy. And so it's a long way of saying that these companies are motivated to partner with us, the city, to go to the state to try and have Tullahoma and Holmes Road and Chula expanded, because they can move their cargo faster and keep supply chain moving better and more efficiently, which is good for the economy. So what I'm getting at is it may actually be a benefit to having people lobbying the state government because they want to do business here. And so that can't even happen if we don't give them the opportunity to go out and find a firm that may be willing to do that, like if Amazon wanted to expand those facilities. I will comment on Councilman Jones's comments. While I recognize what his point is, I'll continue to say this over and over again. When you add 1,000, if there were 10 of us and we all wanted a home and there were only 6 homes available, the price of those homes would go up. If there were 30 homes and 10 of us that wanted homes, the price of those homes is going to go down. Same relationship when you talk about wage growth. When you have an additional 3,000 jobs in the marketplace that open at a salary and you have that much pressure on the labor market, it's going to cause the labor market's wages to rise. That is how the capital markets react. So the more jobs we create, creates more competition, which means it's going to continue to drive the rate up because there's more opportunity, more choice for people within the marketplace. So if we continue to say no to jobs, that's just how it works. I see my colleague hopping in, and we can go round and round on this debate, but I'm just going to tell you I'm right. I am. Period.
Like you always are.
No doubt about it. It's called actually knowing what you're talking about. So with that, it's still a hard place on the zoning case. And by the way, just on right or wrong, I mean, me and every other professional that studies this, that knows what they're talking about, not people that work putting funds together and fund to funds over models that people give me. They're like, anybody can go stick money into the S&P and be successful. Talking about macro environment and supply chain is something that's in my wheelhouse, since we are part of the second largest co-op and supply chain co-op in the world. So I'll just put it out there for that discussion. That being said, it's a hard case because you do have to take into account that today's congestion is a problem for the neighborhood, but it is an industrial area. And the question you have to ask yourself is, more jobs going to drive the wage rate up? Yes, that's how economics works. And secondly, and most importantly, if we allow them the opportunity to go and lobby a major corporation or anchor tenant for that, will that tenant be willing to go and lobby the state with us? And typically that's how we get economic incentives, like FedEx Downtown getting $10 million for the state. That wasn't us that did that. That was that corporation partnering with the city to go bring direct dollars into the economy. So I'm leaning towards supporting it, but I'm certainly open to others' comments.
Thank you very much, Councilman Carlisle. Councilman Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief, and I'll just say, let's also not lose sight that these warehouses don't necessarily operate in a silo. There's a larger impact that they have on operations of their business and interactions with the community. If you take a look at the map that's been provided, I think Smith and Nephew is a good example on this, where would they have their manufacturing, their high-end medical manufacturing, all those sales positions in Memphis if they didn't also have warehouses for distribution? And the answer is probably not. There are other companies on here where it's going to be the same story, where that warehouse, those distribution, those logistics jobs are critical to other parts of the business that too pay great wages, that pay high salaries, that support a lot of other jobs in Memphis. Walgreens, for example, even though those might not be the most high and paid jobs, Walgreens provides a critical function within our community in terms of groceries, medical sales, pharmaceuticals, and competition in the market for people like me, and I imagine a lot of other people here in this room that use their services on a day-to-day basis. Would they be able to do that without logistics, distribution, warehouses in the area? Probably not. They wouldn't be able to open up stores. Their business model wouldn't work. We can't think about these sites as isolated instances. They have more impact throughout the community, and we don't know what's to come. And I don't think this is an unfair opportunity to allow. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Morgan. Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're not going to go back and forth with you. We still have to develop what is our philosophy and standards for our community. I cannot dispute that, yes, facilities do need warehouses to distribute their products. But when we look at part of what I understand too, what drives those same real estate prices that you're talking about are incomes. Past decisions have us where we are right now. We often compare ourselves to Nashville. Nashville didn't have skyrocketing real estate prices, and yes, there are ills to that as far as it being unattainable and unaffordable to a lot of people, but they did not get there going after warehouse jobs. They got there going after service-oriented jobs. So at some point, we're just going to, if we cannot continue to support and approve the same things that got us where we are right now. Those were deliberate actions that has us the 48th poorest large city out of the 50 largest cities in the U.S. So it's the past actions. So until we do something differently, we're going to continue to have the results that we have right now. I understand the micro, the macro levels of it, yes. I talk and along those same lines. If we have 10 properties for sale, and the average incomes of the people who's looking to buy it is $30,000 versus $60,000, well, the selling price for that same property is going to be more if you have the people who are qualified to buy those houses at $60,000. That's how Nashville did it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councilman Jones. Councilman Canale.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I get one of the representatives from TPA to come up to the podium, please?
May I go ahead and get your name and address for the record, please?
Excuse me?
May I have your name and address for the record?
James Hanna, 1776 Peachtree Street.
All right, thank you. Councilman Canale.
Give me an idea of some of the average paying jobs for deals that you guys put together.
It ranges wide variety. I'd say $15, $20 an hour.
Any other options or benefits?
Yeah, usually the bigger corporations that we're working with today offer healthcare benefits.
Any college reimbursement?
Excuse me?
College reimbursement offers?
None that I'm aware of.
Okay. Did you guys work on the Medtronic deal?
We did.
To keep them here?
Yes, we did.
Because they were close to leaving, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you very much, Councilman Canale. Councilman Carlisle, and we'll close this out.
I will. I'll just make one other point. Councilman Jones is absolutely right. Incomes drive things. You cannot increase the income unless you increase the competition. You can't increase the competition unless you allow a marketplace for it, right? To saddle distribution with all the woes and poor decisions of prior governmental entities and all the reasons why we're here is in a silo, and it's myopic. So again, I'm not sitting here saying we must do this, but I'm just laying out the facts of how the macro environment works. If you want to increase incomes, you have to increase competition. And to that point, the jobs that he's talking about 15 years ago, 10 years ago, were paying less than $10 an hour. FedEx's starting rate today is somewhere around $23 to $24 an hour plus benefits because there's such a need and the competition in the marketplace is driving up the wage in those industries. So those are the facts. That, Mr. Chairman, I'll call the question.
All right, thank you very much. It's been moved by Councilman Canale, seconded by Councilman Smiley. Seeing no other members in the queue, I assume you're ready to vote. This is item 11. Please cast your votes.
Canale, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, no. Ford, no. Johnson, yes. Logan abstained. Morgan, yes. Robinson, no. Smiley, yes. Swearingen, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Colbeck, yes.
Thank you. That item passes. Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right, let's go right at it. Madam Comptroller, call 38. The pipeline.
Item number 38 is a substitute ordinance to regulate the use of city streets and rights of way by public utilities, including oil and gas pipeline companies. Up for third and final reading, ordinance number 5807 is sponsored by Councilman Smiley, Carlisle, and Warren. It was held from November 2nd.
All right, thank you very much. Councilman Smiley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Committee member suggested that we take whatever action the committee deems advisable.
All right, it's been moved by Councilman Smiley, seconded by Councilman Warren. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cards. All right, let's go 20 minutes on the cards. Councilor Wade, why don't I recognize you first if you wish to speak on it? Or do you want to hear the comments first? And then let's go comments first. Okay. Paul Klein, you with us? There you go. Why don't you come up the front row? Reverend Gordon Myers, why don't you come up the front row? And Sarah Houston. All right, as y'all making your way up. Let's do this. You have 20 minutes. That's 2 minutes per person. So, but please be cognizant because we have had folks kind of run over everybody else's time. But at 20 minutes, I cut it off. All right, Paul, you're recognized. May I have your home address?
Paul Klein, 1841 Black Bear Circle East, zip code 38016. As a voting Memphis resident, I am here to ask you folks to pass 5807 right-of-way legislation as it is amended in order to help protect our precious Memphis Sands aquifer from future crude oil pipeline disasters. Statistics show that it's not a question of whether or not a pipeline will leak, it's more likely a matter of when. The Byhalia pipeline fight made headlines in local and national media because of the David versus Goliath-like dispute between low-wealth people of color and big oil. Not only Memphians, but people all around the country support this cause and celebrated the win when Byhalia LLC withdrew their plans. Now the whole country is watching to see if the city council members who were elected by the people of Memphis will support their efforts to enact legislation that will protect our drinking water and our very homes. So ask yourselves, councilors, do you want to be remembered for being on the Memphis citizen side or on the corporate side of this? In closing, I will remind you again of Jesus' admonishment. Whatsoever you do to the least of your brothers and sisters, you do unto me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Reverend Myers, you're up. Name and address. We'll start the clock. And Sarah Houston, you're after that.
Good evening. Gordon Myers, 11167 Orville Cove, 38002. This evening, I'm kind of reminded of something that St. Paul talked about when he was describing the church as a body with many members, but all of the diverse people, or all the diverse members of the body, were somehow woven together. And I think that's that's a metaphor that's very appropriate to this discussion. What we're talking about is the organism of the city of Memphis. and all the people that make up the parts of that body. And this infrastructure that we're talking about, the pipelines and utility systems that run through Memphis, are basically our circulatory system. It's entirely appropriate for the body to not only take care of its circulatory system, but be careful about what enters into it. And when you have pipes and utility structures woven throughout the entire community, and you introduce toxic substances in close proximity to people where they worship, where they live, where they play, where they grow their vegetables, the risk is a great threat to the body. So I would just ask you all to think about the organism of Memphis and protect that body with the powers that you have. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Father. Okay, as Sarah's making her way up, Brandy Price and Leonard Earl Thomas, if y'all come to the front. Miss Houston, name and address. Go ahead and share.
Thank you very much. Sarah Houston, 673 East Parkway South, Memphis, Tennessee 38104. I'm here today in support of two ordinances, both 5807 and 5784. So I want to make these comments specific to the rights of way ordinance as called. You know, this is a really exciting moment. Thank you all for your acceptance of the amendments and that delay last week. Thank you for that. I think the law as proposed with the new amendments from today as well is right in line with what we're trying to do as far as understand the infrastructure that is running underneath the ground. It's not just oil and gas infrastructure. This ordinance also includes our wastewater and other utilities. But I want to just point out that one thing that I really like in particular with this ordinance and the Protect Our Aquifer sees is that there is a specific clause about the financial liability and health of an entity trying to run crude oil infrastructure underground. And y'all had a presentation from Tennessee Department of Environment Conservation 2 weeks ago. You see there's a lot of contamination issues already in our soils, already in our aquifer right now. We have a lot of cleanup to do. We have a lot of mitigation to do. And so what we are trying to do here is really understand what additional burdens do we want to implement into our community and what type of risk are we willing to put on our drinking water supply. And this law is going to enable a much clearer process, understanding of those risks at the local level that we did not see with the Byhalia Connection Pipeline. So I urge today that you pass this rights of way ordinance, and I would be happy to come back to you and talk about the 1,500-foot setback in a few moments, because there's some additional comments specific to that law. So thank you all for your time and your willingness to amend that law to make it good for the community and your potential applicants. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Houston. Brandy Price. Okay, name and address.
Brandy Price, representative of Black Lives Matter and Democratic Socialists of America from 6571 Stockport Cove at 38141 zip code. Dear Governor Lee, the southwest area of Memphis has the highest levels of contamination and pollution in the Shelby County area. A study by the University of Memphis predicts that an earthquake is destined in Tennessee in Memphis. By now, you may have received updates regarding the Byhalia pipeline project to be built in the southwest area of Memphis. In these, there are allegations regarding the state of Tennessee approved the Aquatic Resources Alternative Permit, or ARAP, in Section 401 certification of the Byhalia Connection Pipeline without the company fully disclosing the Carterville Connection Pipeline in its application required by the TCA statutes of the Tennessee Department of Environmental and Conservation, the TDEC. Additionally, Byhalia LLC failed to disclose construction navigating between two wells that provide drinking water to southwest area residents. TDEC should have the opportunity to evaluate the existing pipeline and to avoid additional impact on water, streams, wetlands, and groundwaters, particularly for citizens residing along a new path. Failure to disclose this information may be in violation of the Environmental Protection Act, EPA rules and regulations, and Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. excuse me, communities in the southwest part of Shelby County, Tennessee, inclusive of legislative Senate District 29 and House District 86, will be directly affected with an overspill throughout Memphis and the neighboring states of Arkansas and Mississippi. Citizens residing in the Boxtown, Westwood, and Walker Homes neighborhoods are protesting against the building of these pipelines, and the environmental injustice has caused national attention. Presently, there are at least 5 or more reported lawsuits in court due to unethical behavior towards property owners, some are seniors, and unethical business practices, unscrupulous tactics, contempt of the laws of Tennessee. Research revealed a historical history of unsafe track record, specifically leaks, damages, damaged water and oil and soil that happened in California and other cities. Moreover, the world-famous Memphis Aquifer must be protected and preserved as a historical location, but more importantly, citizens depend on it for production of clean water, a necessary fluid for humans' health and all living species. Water is a must for life. Water is life. The Memphis City Council has an ordinance that would deny access to major streets that would violate the city ordinances, and city county government has taken position against the project denying the offer to push 2 parcels of property to and rejecting possible taxes that could be
excuse me, Brandy.
The pipeline is built.
Hey, Brandy. Sorry to interrupt. But 12 minutes are left. If you want to just wait, see if everybody goes, and then maybe jump back in if there's some spare time. Very cool. All right. Leonard Thomas and Chief Andre Matthews and Kimberly Owens Pearson. Mr. Thomas, if Chief and Kimberly also want to come down to the front row, that'd be cool. Who had to leave? Kimberly? Chief had to leave. All right, so we'll go with Kimberly, and Justin, you're after that. Leonard, you recognize name and address.
Mr. Chairman and your constituents, my name is Leonard Earl Thomas. And I would hope that you would take in concern on 38 substitute ordinance to regulate the use of the city streets and rights of way by public utilities, including oil and gas pipelines companies that come up to 3rd and final reading, period, ordinance number, period, 5807 is sponsored by the Councilman Smiley, Caselli, Warren, held from 11-12. I'm not too happy about this pipeline, and I'm against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Kimberly Owens Pearson, and then Justin Pearson. And then Jason Pearson.
My name is Kimberly Owens Pearson, 1110 Starline, Memphis, Tennessee. All right, first and foremost, as I see here, people matter. We Memphians are begging for you to be the voices for us. Unload and store in neighborhoods that already have no toxic facilities, but we have to breathe the fumes from these diesel trucks, etc. But in areas where you have serene buildings, no toxic facilities, nothing is out there. But in our neighborhoods, you want to put more and more warehouses, more trucks, etc. These people come from out of state. Money get the property with no maintenance and no responsibility. Recently, there have been 7,000 homes that have been purchased by investors. Now we're getting half of the city as renters and no homeowners who work in warehouses that inhale diesel fuels that then die early, and black communities are the ones that keep paying the high costs when out-of-state companies make the money and live elsewhere where there is less pollution and more serene and cleaner areas. Jobs is what I keep hearing. Higher wages with now higher rent. So yeah, it's $20 now, but the rent is too. It's becoming Memphis, the haves and the have-nots. We're not going to be like Nashville because you want to keep the haves and the have-nots. The decisions you make impact us, but where do you live? Any warehouses? Any toxic facilities? Ordinance 5784, 1,500-foot pipeline setback. Protect our people. Why are we down here begging y'all to say no to these out-of-state companies about these pipelines? Ordinance 5780, rights-of-way legislation. You passed this 1,500 setback. Do the same for this. We live here. Protect us.
All right. Justin. And after Justin is Jason Pearson and Kina Talib, I think. But Justin, you're up.
That's my mom.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Justin J. Pearson, 1110 Starline. This is a good piece of legislation, and we are grateful to Councilor Wade, to all of you for paying attention, for listening, and for being intentional about drafting legislation that will protect our community. We want more protection, not less. We want to see the passage of this legislation, and we also want to see the passage of the 1,500-foot pipeline setback. We are here because local power had no say in the Byhalia pipeline decision. The federal government, the state government didn't care what was going on in Memphis, and the power that does exist, the police power of the locality, is zoning. And so both of these ordinances are obviously legally defensible, but they are also the use of power that we need in order to protect more vulnerable communities. Because the truth is this: if another crude oil pipeline was coming, we know which community they would try to go through. We know what demographic that would be, we know what the finances of those people are, and the only folks who can create that power, who can say, if you want to come here, you got to come through us, is this group right here. And so we need you to use all your power. Don't just do half. Use all your power to protect our city and protect our community. We know these words well about environmental justice and environmental racism. And the question that we ask ourselves in the movement is, what kind of ancestor will you be? What type of ancestor will you be? And we're hoping that you'll be one that say, I'll protect the water, I'll protect the environment, I'll protect the people using everything that I can, just like the folks who invest the time and the energy. We ask you to invest the time and the energy to pass both of these laws today. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Justin. Jason, you're up.
(3831) Masterson, Memphis, Tennessee.
Jason Pearson?
Jason Pearson.
I have 1110 Starling.
You can use that one too. We have multiple properties in Memphis, Tennessee, so I'll do 1110 Starline, that's fine.
Okay, but is that your home address?
Yes.
Groovy. Okay, please continue.
I think the issue here is the soul of our city. We are here to have a conversation about what B.O. Lee calls the intersection between the temple and the town. The people of the temple have come to this intersection to ask once and for all that you make a decision to choose us. To choose us, to choose the people of the temple, to choose the people that vote for you, to choose the people that pay taxes in the community, to choose the people. We have come for the last time, and I'm tired. I'm tired of sitting up, my son sitting up all night reading documents after document, talking to attorney after attorney in order to put some safeguards around something that we should not have even been here arguing about in the first damn place. We should have had safeguards in place because this is our water, this is our town, and these are our people. At some point, we're going to have to decide to be proactive instead of reactive, and proactive means that we're going to make decisions that are in the best interest of the next generation. The question here is, are you going to stand up and mend the soul of the city by standing for those that are the last, the lost, the least, and the left behind? Today is the day. This is the moment. Choose the soul of the city and choose us.
Kalina, Are you here? Okay. Name and address, please.
Kalima Talabdeen, 3293 Southern, number 4. Good evening, City Council members. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm here in support of NCAP as well as a concerned citizen and parent, and I'm asking that you all pass both the rights-of-way legislation as well as the 1,500-foot setback. Also, that you do this with being mindful of each of you respectively as citizens, parents, grandparents of the people that are to come in this next generation. I myself have seen many companies come into Memphis, bring in plight, bring in pollution, and then on the back end, residents are made aware that you have no power. It's too late. Things have already happened behind the scenes where you all have the duty and the responsibility to have moral integrity and to be able to fight for the people that put you in this office. So today I'm asking you, each of you, to please pass this rights-of-way legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. There are 4 minutes left, so what I might suggest is we'll go to Attorney Wade and let him present, and then y'all could save the balance of the time unless somebody wishes to speak now. Ma'am, did she pull a card? Okay. I tell you what, by our rules, I can't recognize you, but I tell you what I'll do. The chair will recognize you. May I have your name and address for the record?
I'm Ms. Maxine Thomas Marsh. I reside at 1343 Ridgeway Street, Memphis, Tennessee 38106. I'm here for the record. I want the City Council to know that CORE, Commission on Religion and Racism, and the Dr. Martin Luther King National Holiday and the parade is against this pipeline. We look at black people and look at the health problems that we already have. Why? Do you want to kill us all? What is the problem? We want you to reconsider it. Don't let money be the answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 3 minutes, 23 seconds. Save it. All right. I'll hold 3 minutes, 23 seconds. That's a good point. There is nothing to rebut. My colleague brings up a valid point. Brady, do you wish to speak? Brandy, do you wish to speak?
Yes.
Let's go ahead and restart the clock.
So you're gonna restart the clock. Okay, picking up where I left off, Shelby County Governor has taken position against the project by denying the offer to purchase 2 parcels of property and rejecting possible taxes that could be generated if the pipeline is built. I spoken with TDEC personally and the special advisor John DeBerry and State Trig Tennessee Haggard for advice and guidance. Many community members meetings are being held. TDEC presented the state role relative to the issuance of the ARAP permit in a Zoom meeting sponsored by Senator Ramesh Akbari, State Representative G.A. Hardaway, and Barbara Cooper. Governor Lee, the legislation signed below humbly asks that the ARAP approval be reversed, mainly to protect and preserve the water for the sake of and health of the life of Tennesseans. Tennessee should not take the risk of losing one of its natural life-saving resources, the Memphis Aquifer. Your reversal of the permit will be gratefully appreciated. Respectfully, Barbara Cooper, Senator Representative Albert, Brian Kelsey, Sarah Kyle, Katrina Robinson, Senator Paul Rose, Representative Karen Kemper, Jesse Chisholm, John Gillespie, G.A. Hardaway, Tori Harris, London Marr, Tom Leatherwood, Larry Miller, Antonio Parkinson, Dwayne Thompson, Joe Towns Jr., Kevin Bohan, Mark White, Commissioner David, also from Commissioner David Slayer, John DeBerry, and T. Haggard. I just want to finish off and say, water is life. That's what it is. And to destroy something, one of God's natural gifts is, I believe, is a sin. And it's just, basically, we're doing it for money, and it's just another tool for the devil. To be honest with you, it doesn't exist. It's something we just made up. Money, capitalism does not work. It just doesn't work. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say, we wanted to enter that as a copy in the record. That's a letter. That was a letter to
Doc,
Governor
time.
Bill Lee that she read.
Time, Doc.
And so I just wanted to make sure you guys understand.
Hey, Doc, did you pull a card on item 38? You can't swap. You can't swap. Do any of the council members wish to hear? You're recognized. How much time do you have?
I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood that the Department of Environmental can't even say it, but anyway, they have a relinquishment agreement and order of revocation of the ARAP permit for the Bahia pipeline, and I wanted this council to acknowledge that they cannot put a pipeline through Memphis, and I wanted to make sure you guys did something or had something in the record to let the public know that they cannot put a pipeline in Memphis, Tennessee.
Thank you. Okay, good to go. That concludes public comments. Councilor Wade, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted, I think seems to be support in the community for the right-of-way ordinance. What I want to do is basically just kind of recap kind of how we got here. The pipeline company proposed to do a pipeline. The community opposed it. There were several environmental groups that hired outside counsel from outside the city, and at least Birch Porter as well. They presented a number of different iterations of an ordinance, and I expressed some concern about the defensibility of it. We debated it for a number of months, and I indicated to you that I would try to come up with a solution that I thought was comprehensive and was defensible legally. The first step in that process was the wellhead protection ordinance, which protected our most valuable asset, which is the wellheads around which pollution can seep into the aquifer. That ordinance was adopted by this body and provided significant protection, in my opinion, to the source of the issue in the city of Memphis. There was some concern about that ordinance not having as complete coverage as another ordinance that was proposed by another outside body. And therefore, I came forward and tried to provide a comprehensive ordinance that addressed a lot of the issues that I had heard expressed by the public. The right-of-way ordinance regulates every street and right-of-way in the city. It completely covers the universe of potential routes that any kind of pipeline or any kind of utility can use and cannot go forward without your consent. I'm always jealously protecting your authority, and this gives you complete authority to make the decision about where utilities are located. That is significantly important, not so much to protect the aquifer, but we do have, as someone mentioned, a network of underground pipes, gas main, water main, sewer, stormwater, telecom. So we can't have pipelines or anyone else indiscriminately going underground, destroying our infrastructure. So this is a very significant ordinance, in my opinion, and I've tried to make it as comprehensive as possible. There was some concern that these pipeline companies don't provide bonding, don't provide insurance. This ordinance provides all of that. It also provides intensive oversight by our engineering department in terms of location and the types of materials and so I think I've tried to be as comprehensive as possible. I can't envision any type of utility that can go into our ground today without this council's approval. So I do want to just briefly highlight the amendments that were suggested at our last meeting. And what I have done, there was some concern that the terminology public and private utility might give pipeline companies the argument that they are entitled to use condemnation. What I have done is eliminated those definitions and come up with a general definition of utility company, which encompasses one, public utilities, which are those that are owned by public entities like the city of Memphis. Private utilities are those that are dedicated to gain and profit. They are both covered, so that it eliminates any argument that if I didn't do it before, that public utilities have some innate right to condemnation. This ordinance doesn't just deal with oil pipelines, it deals with all utilities, electric, gas, wind, water, steam, all types of utilities that use pipelines. And therefore, I think it is more defensible because it is not singularly targeted and can withstand an equal protection challenge, which there's case law in Tennessee and in the federal courts where you target a particular industry, you have the burden of proving that that is not discriminatory. So that is one of the issues that I try to avoid in doing this and making it more broader in its scope. We reiterated some of the exemptions that were in some of the other ordinances, and I do want to just make sure that I highlight that it does not apply to crude oil or refined product pipelines, and any expansion that would enable an increase in the size, pressure, or capacity of an existing crude oil pipeline or refined product pipeline would require the applicant to obtain a permit under this ordinance, which again is under your exclusive control. With that, the remaining changes in the ordinance were mainly terminology using utility owners and utility companies instead of public and private pipelines. The entities that also are included within utility companies includes limited liability companies, as Councilman Jones requested. So I believe this ordinance addressed a lot of the concerns that were expressed last meeting, and I urge you to pass it.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Councilor Wade. Councilman Warren, you're recognized.
I'd like to thank Councilman Wade and MCAT and everybody who has been working on this issue to try to protect our aquifer and to protect our drinking water and to address social injustice as it comes through this particular endeavor, and how it showed how we have essentially ignored or sometimes just bullied our way into poorer neighborhoods and into disadvantaged and minority neighborhoods with toxic chemicals. I really am incredibly proud of this bill that Mr. Wade has done, and I would urge us, really without much further discussion, to vote for it, and I would like to call the question if I have the chairman's permission. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Permission, absolutely. It's been moved by Councilman, no objection. Been moved by Councilman Canale, seconded by Councilman Smiley. See no other members in the queue. Right. I assume you're ready to vote on 38 as substituted. We're good to go. Give us a screen. Cast your votes.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Smiley, yes. Swearingen, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Covett, yes.
That item passes.
Mr. Chair, thank you, and I'd like to thank my colleagues for unanimously voting for this ordinance today, and for the process that we've gone through to get here. A lot of people up on this podium have given advice and have worked on this diligently to make sure that we came up with a law that we think will be very successful. And as we're heading into the next one, I would just like to urge you to consider voting for that too, because I'm planning on voting for it to give an extra bit of protection. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you very much, Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank my colleagues and to thank Mr. Wade for listening to our constituents. I think that never let it be said that this council did not listen to you. But this would not have happened but not for your voice. So thank you and keep it up.
Well said. All right, colleagues, real quick housekeeping. I called the hold on item 42, which is, I believe, the MLGW budget. To clarify, that is our next meeting, and if I understand correctly, December 7th. Is that correct, Patrice? Outstanding. If I said January 7th, it's December 7th. We can't get the impasse committee together the next 3 weeks?
No way.
All right, so delay it till the 21st? All right, 12/21. So let's make sure everybody passes the word. We're taking that budget up 12/21, not January 7th.
Mr. Chairman, before we move on,
Please. On
the 21st, same night minutes?
Yes, that is confirmed. Councilman Jones?
Mr. Chairman, I just want Ms. Snipes, on item number 11, I stepped out to the restroom. I want it to be registered as a no vote on number 11.
Confirmed.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely, anytime. All right. Val, call the MLGW consent agenda.
It would take us to item number 20, a resolution awarding contract number 12338, rethinking the community offices to Southern Growth Studio in the funded amount of $75,000. Item number 21 is a resolution approving change number 4 to contract number 12009, professional information services, support services with VACCO Memphis LLC in the funded amount of $1,622,480. Item number 22 is a resolution approving change number 4 to contract number 12007, professional information services support services with Statistics Technology Incorporated in the funded amount of $1,796,287.36. Item number 23 is a resolution approving change number 4 to contract number 12010, professional information services, support services with Next Tech Solutions LLC in the funded amount of $1,863,401.60. Item number 24 is a resolution approving change number 4 to contract number 12008, professional information services, support services with CTD Staffing LLC in the funded amount of $1,818,500. Item number 25 is a resolution approving change number 4 to contract number 12012, professional information services, support services with Cook Systems International Incorporated in the funded amount of $1,760,305.84. Item number 26 is a resolution approving change number 4 to contract number 11951, professional information services, support services with Cyber and HTC Global Company in the funded amount of $1,635,288. Item number 27 is a resolution approving change number 4 to contract number 12011, professional information services, support services with Comp Technologies Incorporated in the funded amount of $1,680,488. Item number 28 is a resolution awarding a purchase order to Thomas Galloway Corporation doing business as Technologent for a virtual backup system in the amount of $506,345.28. Item number 29 is a resolution ratifying and approving payment of an invoice for purchase of water from the City of Germantown during an MLGW emergency crisis beginning on February 18th, 2021 through February 23rd, 2021 in the funded amount of $76,555.87. Item number 30 is a resolution awarding a purchase order to American Innovations LTD for pipeline compliance systems access software licenses in the amount of $113,900. Item number 31 is a resolution approving contract number 12342, University of Memphis, on behalf of the Herf College of Engineers Center for Applied Earth Science and Engineering Research for the ratification, renewal, change, and authorization to pay for services, maintenance, and support of the current contract in the funded amount of $300,000. Item number 32 is a resolution awarding contract number 12238, electric substation construction and maintenance services with RMS Energy Company LLC in the funded amount of $4,006,575. Item number 33 is a resolution approving change number 3 to contract number 12013, MLGW Water Engineering and Operations Generator Maintenance and Repair with Cummins Incorporated in the funded amount of $100,000. Item number 34 is a resolution approving change number 1 to contract number 11880-457 Deferred Compensation Consultant with ANCO Consulting LLC, formerly the Bogdan Group, in the funded amount of $42,000. And our final item is number 35. It is a resolution awarding a purchase order to Experitech Inc. for gas regulators in the amount of $56,487.76. Mr. Chairman, that concludes that item.
Val? Well done. Well done. All right, I have a motion moved by Councilman Robinson, second by Councilman Morgan. Councilman Jones, you're in the queue and recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I would like I see Mr. Jeans in the audience here. I'm looking at items number 21 through 27. They all seem to be professional information services, totaling about $12 million. So if we could they seem similar. I see them going to different companies, but wanted to get an idea of what that encompasses, please.
Yes, sir. Dana Jeans, MLGW CFO. Those are a series of contracts that we've had in place for several years, and they are for outside IT support. We have 7 different contracts, as you referenced. And the reason we have that many contracts is because we are able to access different talent from different companies based on our particular need at the time. So we have a series of contractors on our providing services to us, and they may come from any one of those 7. Depending on the particular need that we have, we can shop among those different contracts and obtain the talent we need.
Okay, so how long have these contracts been in place?
I believe they were initially established in 2017. This is the last renewal for those contracts.
Going through, okay, so after that time has expired, what will MLGW, will they look to new contracts? I know that there's, just on a general, or in a general sense, there's a short of IT professionals, but would it not be more cost conscious to have these individuals to be full-time employees versus if there's an ongoing need for the expertise that they provide, would it be more cost conscious to have them on as permanent employees versus contracting those services out?
Yes, and in fact, that is what we are trying to do for the long-term type needs. We are trying to bring those resources on board as full-time employees. In many cases, we actually hire one of these contractors as a full-time employee. You may recall some of our times we've been down here for salaries in excess of the $90,000. Many of those have been this type of arrangement where we've hired someone from outside, typically from one of these contractors that we already have experience with and know their capability, and we've been able to hire them as full-time MLGW employees.
Okay, but is it safe to say that pretty much all of these are IT functions? Or,
yes, they are,
okay.
are all IT functions.
Councilman Warren isn't here, but during a committee meeting today when we were talking about museums, there was a comment about we have to pay for the particular talent that may be required in those particular areas. And as I've often said about MLGW, I've often said that we happen to be a city that owns an energy company, and we have to be willing to pay what the going rate for those services and going rate with those services require. And I just want us to apply that standard across the board, especially when it comes to, and I would just think that, and I don't know if this is still out of my sphere of understanding, but it would appear to me, knowing that these are for-profit companies, that there's a cost that we are paying above what those IT professionals may be paying or may be paid for their services. And so for us to, if we need to look at what the compensation, I'm open to having those discussions, but I think it would be more cost conscious for us to have these professionals in-house.
And that is certainly our goal for those ongoing needs.
Okay.
There may be, in some of these cases, a short-term need. In that case, it makes more sense to have a contractor.
Understood.
You're correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right. Seeing no other members in the queue, it's moved by Council Lady Robinson, second by Councilman Morgan. Assume you're ready to vote on the MLGW fiscal consent agenda. Please prepare the screen. Cast your votes.
Canale, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Smiley, yes. Swearingen, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Covet, yes.
Thank you. That item passes. Okay, Madam Comptroller, call item 9, please.
Item number 9 is an ordinance amending the Memphis and Shelby County Unified Development Code as adopted by the City of Memphis August 10, 2010, and by Shelby County August 9th, 2010, as amended, to revise and enhance the joint zoning and subdivision regulations as recommended by the Memphis and Shelby County Division of Planning and Development and the Land Use Control Board. This text amendment affects all property within the city of Memphis and unincorporated Shelby County. Up for third and final reading. This ordinance is sponsored by the Division of Planning and Development. It was held from November 2nd. The case number is ZTA 21-01, ordinance number 5784.
All right. Thank you, Madam Comptroller. Councilman Canale.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This case has been heard and held many times. But with that, I'll move it to the floor.
All right. Been moved by Council Lady Robinson and second by Councilman Smiley. Okay. Let's play the same way we did the first time. I have 13 cards, but only appears that 3 people have not spoken before. So let's go with 15 total minutes on that. And then we'll go to Councilor Wade and see how that goes. So first up is Kathy Temple. Have you spoken before? Oh, she had to take off? Cool. Maxine Thomas Marsh, have you spoken? You've spoken. Okay, I'll come back to you. Zoe Dandelinger. Zoe, are you with us? Okay. Then we're going to go back through it. Paul Klein, Justin Pearson, and Kimberly Pearson, you're up. So Paul Klein, Justin Pearson, Kimberly Pearson. I'm going to need a 15-minute clock, please. Councilman Carlisle, do you wish to comment before or after? All right. Let's play the safe card. Paul, give me your name and address. Let's all do our name and address, even though you've already done it before, and then I'll start your time.
Paul Klein, and I live at 1841 Black Bear Circle East, zip code 38016. Thank you for letting me come back up here, just in case any of you are not yet convinced that we need this pipeline setback to protect our parks, schools, churches, community centers, and especially our homes. I want to take you all on a 2-minute field trip right now in your minds. Imagine, if you will, tomorrow morning, you're out sipping coffee on your front porch or patio. Are you all tracking with me? We're at your house. Suddenly, you realize that noise you've been hearing is heavy equipment digging along the edge of your yard. Never mind the toxic stuff that will soon be carried in a pipe right there. How you feeling right now, just watching them digging next to your yard? Getting upset? Now imagine that it was a crude oil pipeline and that later on it leaked. 1 pound, a pint, like a draft beer, of crude oil can contaminate 25 million gallons of drinking water. Yeah, but what's the chance it's ever going to leak? The pipelines company assured us that it won't. Well, since 1986, pipeline accidents have spilled an average of 76,000 barrels a year. 3 million gallons, that's 200 barrels every single day. It's already happened in 2 of our neighboring states. Furthermore, the U.S. Geological Survey rates Memphis at their very highest threat for earthquakes, level 10. Now let's go back to your porch one day in the future when that pipeline eventually does leak. Crude oil is all up in your front yard. You can see it, you can smell it. How you feeling now? Sick? I'll bet. But wait, suddenly, no oil's in your soil. What? Wait a minute, what just happened? Well, folks, you see that leak next to your house? Never, ever happened because, praise God, your city council members voted unanimously to set that pipeline back 1,500 feet from your yard. How you feeling now? Pretty relieved, right? Maybe like you were just rescued? Well, y'all can rescue your fellow Memphians today from this terrible threat by passing 5784 right now. Thank you.
All right, Justin, you're up. Remember, there are 9 cards behind you with 12 minutes to go.
Great. Hi, I'm Justin J. Pearson, 1110 Starline. Thank you for the passage of the previous ordinance and law, and we're here to ask for more protection for our community. Federal law does not preempt local governments from applying zoning ordinances. There are several cases where we know localities have stood up against pipeline companies, and they actually have won in court. And I know the lawyers in Texas may be good, or the lawyers in Maine may be great, but I think our lawyers too would be able to fight and protect our community with a setback ordinance as has been upheld in several circuit court decisions. Look, the risks are real. It is not if a pipeline spills, it's when it happens, and protecting homes, schools, churches, and parks. It isn't that difficult. This is the right thing to do. And I've seen a lot of folks talk about civic engagement and the importance of it. We even saw 2 weeks ago where you all applauded young folks who came into these chambers and learned about civics and engaged. This legislation has had Valero Refinery, FedEx, over a dozen community organizations sit together in a room with Commissioner Brooks and Eliza from Councilman Warren's office. We have seen the highest level of civic engagement possible for a piece of legislation in this 1,500-foot pipeline setback, including corporations and attorneys. This is a good law, and it's been the law in the county, and it should be the law for our city too. And thank you.
Thank you, Justin. Kimberly Pearson? She's gone? Okay. Reverend Myers, you're up.
Gordon Myers, 11167 Orville Cove. 2 weeks ago and then tonight, I've been amazed and impressed at the role that you all have, sitting in judgment, trying to exercise wisdom and discretion, protecting the responsibilities that you have to the people of Memphis, protecting the responsibilities you have to other competing interests. And I want to tell you that I have newfound respect for the attention to detail and time and energy that you invest in what you do. But when you talk about comparing interests of comparing competing interests and wisdom in making those judgments, I can't help but think about something I learned in Sunday school about King Solomon, that one day two women presented before the king a problem, a competing interest of who was the actual mother of a newborn child. And in his wisdom, King Solomon designed a test to determine which of the two complaints had the best interest of the child at heart. So he ordered the child to be cut in half. The protector had no real interest in the child, remained willing to pursue her claim, even though that she knew that doing so would result in the death of the child, while the legitimate mother, out of love, was ready to do whatever it took to preserve the child. So King Solomon, in his wisdom, judged that the woman whose concern was for the life and the future and the safety and the health of the child was the best protector of the child's future. What we are asking for and believe that you are ready to provide is the wisdom to protect the child of Memphis and the safety and health and welfare of the children. On one hand, there are the oil companies that don't live here and are motivated for profit, and the other hand are the people of Memphis. And so we just ask you to protect the baby. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Father. Sarah Houston, and is Chief Matthews gone? They left? Okay. All right, so we have Sarah Houston, Dr. Lynette Williams, and Kalima, if I pronounce it. I apologize for butchering that one.
Got it right that time.
All right, Sarah, you're up. Name and address.
thanks again, y'all, for the opportunity to speak on this. Sarah Houston, 673 East Parkway South, Memphis, Tennessee, 38104. So I'm going to talk a lot about the facts and the things about surrounding this law specifically. We didn't have the opportunity September 24th or 21st to really speak on a lot of these very specifics that were discussed in relation to a 1,500-foot setback zoning ordinance. So first, why 1,500 feet? That's a good question. We have in our UDC a precedent for this. So radioactive materials, scrap metal facilities, salvage yards, all of those have a 1,500-foot setback to homes, religious institutions, parks, and residential areas. So we have that, 1,500 foot. We saw 2 weeks ago a smoking shop being 1,325 feet setback from schools. So we do have a precedent for 1,500 feet. The U.S. Department of Transportation has a thing called high-density, high-consequence areas, and they say that local zoning ordinance should be allowed in high-consequence, high-density areas like urban areas like Memphis, Tennessee. And so this third-mile buffer is not going to contain a crude oil leak or spill. It's not going to know it's supposed to stop after 1,500 feet, but it does provide a buffer on our most precious zones, in addition to wellhead protection. Now, I will say that the law that was just passed is definitely a wonderful step forward, a good blanket policy, but this 1,500-foot setback is about areas we're trying to avoid. The other one was about areas that the city owns and specific streets and right-of-ways. This is about areas that a pipeline company chooses to come through, they should avoid these areas. Now, with that being said, there is a process for pipelines to still go through these areas. The special exemption process is in this amended law. So if a pipeline company does want to come through town, there is a new process that allows that. And it has a vocal community input point. Now let's talk about global markets for a second, because we're about a global community, right? So we've heard that there's going to be increased gas prices throughout this winter. We've also talked about increase of crude oil infrastructure throughout the country. And this is primarily due to export. We have high demand for these resources in Asia and in Europe. It is not about our local demand. We heard that in MLGW's presentation to you 2 weeks ago about when a rate's likely to go up. And it's about market demand. We do not need expanded crude oil here. If they want it, we have clear process of how they can get to it. You know, as Justin J. Pearson mentioned, FedEx was at the table when we talked about amending it, because as the law was originally proposed, it has been amended. And FedEx, they've okayed it. They're not here rallying past this piece of regulation. They're not gonna be like advocating for it like we are, but they're okay with it because it is a good law. Now, I will say there's no vocal opposition here today. You've got a lot of vocal support. You've had a lot of vocal support for months and months and months. I know you've gotten emails, thank you and sorry. I know your inboxes get a little full sometimes. Thank you, and we're here because we care. We are here, your constituents are in front of you, and local organizations are here in front of you that have Memphis's best interest in mind. This is not going to stop a crude oil pipeline, but it will give us protections and it will give them a roadmap of areas we need them to avoid. I'm talking about parks for one more second. Parks are really important to our aquifer. Parks are important to our aquifer because they provide an area of recharge where water can infiltrate into the ground and can reach our water table, and it can help balance the bank account where we are constantly extracting water and we need water to get back in. When we pave over everything, when we put in a bunch of infrastructure in green spaces, that is reducing our ability to infiltrate water, and it also deals with flood mitigation and stormwater runoff. So keeping green spaces green with no hazardous material running underneath them, that is actually a very major beneficial thing. So I know I had a little extra time and I used it. Thank you so much, Chairman Colvett. So today I urge you on behalf of Protect Our Aquifer and our community and everyone that has been advocating very hard for this, passed by the Land Use Control Board, passed by our county commission members, to pass the 1,500-foot setback, 5784. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Houston. Justin, I'm making sure I got my cards right. Is Maxine Thomas Marsh, she's left, right? Oh, no, duh, she's here. All right, Ms. Marsh, Lynette Williams is next. Kalima, Maxine, Jason, and then Brandy. And guys, we're down to about 4 minutes. So Dr. Williams, you're recognized.
Yes, Dr. Lynette Williams, 5175 Horn Lake Road, Memphis, Tennessee. I just wanted to, even though we're supporting somewhat this ordinance, however, we have a problem in the community still with even the setback. We do not want Memphis to be able to have a pipeline come through our neighborhood because of our rail protection areas, as well as the fact that this particular area has the highest rate of cancer. Crude oil has benzene in it. Valero has not been doing their proper remediation. We need a geological study as well as an environmental study before you allow any pipeline to go through our area, regardless of the setback or anything else. The Bahia basically asked for permits, ARAPs, which got revoked. The problem is they actually, in their application, did not address any mediation plan. They did not address an environmental study. They did not do anything as far as the community was concerned. So I'm glad that their permit was revoked. However, this does leave it wide open for another pipeline to come through under a different name, under a different company. So what we want you to do is be able to at least make the decision for us. However, we don't want a pipeline to go through this area. It's a sacred area. I'm sad that the chief wasn't able to speak. However, the Indian Treaty of 1866 says this land is sacred land, Chucalissa, which means abandoned house. And everybody knows about the Trail of Tears. You have a lot of Black indigenous people in this area. And so we really need for you to do your due diligence and get a geological study, because the pipeline was coming through based on the geological study from 1995. University of Memphis has information that we definitely have breaches in our aquifer. We do not need to allow a crude oil pipeline to come through, period, with the fact that we're on the New Madrid Fault. We're just asking for trouble. We should not allow a pipeline to come through, period. I want you to think about this as far as that's concerned, because we are concerned about our community, and this will not help our community at all.
Thank you. All right, Kalima, we have 1 minute left.
Just really quickly, I wanted to reiterate that I would like for you all to pass the 1,500-foot pipeline setback, but also to speak on what the doctor just spoke on. I'm here just to speak on for the generation that cannot. Those that cannot be here, that will have the effects of what you all do today within the next decade. I have a daughter myself, and that really frightens me to know that crude oil could affect her livelihood and the future of her health going forward. As a 26-year-old cancer survivor, I would really, really improve on each of you to think of your families, of if it were you that were being affected by pollution, if it were you that were living in impoverished, cities, if it were you in our places, please, please pass this setback. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that brings us to an end to public comments. Alex Hensley, you here? There you are. All right. Alex, you're representing us technically as the applicant. Do you have something you wish to share? And then we'll go to Attorney Wade.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm Alex Hensley, Special Assistant to Mayor Lee Harris at 160 North Main. I just want to say I'm very excited for the legislation that is passed tonight for the right-of-way. So thanks to this body for doing that and for protecting our wellheads. I am very excited to see this. And so we appreciate your consideration of this ordinance for many months, and we hope to continue to build off of the great work that this body has done thus far. I think what we don't want to do, we don't want to miss one school, we don't want to miss one park, we don't want to miss one place of worship, and we don't want to miss one home. We don't want to leave any of these places without protection. And so I think that's what we're seeking to do here today. This ordinance represents many months, as you know, of collaboration, of public vetting, thorough public vetting. So we've collaborated with community members and advocates, including MCAP, Protect Our Aquifer, Southern Environmental Law Center, as well as business stakeholders, FedEx, and Valero. In April, we received unanimous support by the Land Use Control Board. In September, the County Commission passed this ordinance with bipartisan support in order to be responsive to many of the constituents that you share. I briefly want to speak to some of your questions that you've had. So I've included this information and more in the handouts I've given you. First, in a case study identified by our Assistant County Attorney, it states that any legal challenges to local zoning ordinance with respect to oil pipelines and federal preemption have failed. Specifically, their report says that no court has held that the Pipeline Safety Act has preempted local zoning ordinances with respect to hazardous liquid pipelines. Additionally, local zoning ordinances, though we believe a 1,500-foot setback is reasonable because many oil pipeline spills impact miles of land, I think Sarah Houston put it really well that it doesn't stop. A pipeline spill doesn't just stop. And so I think this is very reasonable, but it has also been established as a precedent for reasonable land use regulation. There is a 1,500-foot setback requirement, as you know, for radioactive waste, scrap metal processors, salvage yards, and adult-oriented establishments, all of which are reported to have a negative impact on property values and to be a source of blight. These have been established as reasonable requirements that allow us to feel our duty to promote the health and welfare of our constituents. With this requirement, we are also aligning ourselves to the best practices that we've seen across the country to preserve property values and reduce blight. Lastly, I put it in your packet, but Protect Our Aquifer reached out to TDEC, and they stated that the ordinance before you today does not impact any of their regulatory authority. So I believe we're in a good place on all fronts. I think we've had a lot of review. And I've also included specific examples per your request the last meeting and the studies behind them on multiple places where oil pipeline spills have been shown to reduce property values up to 40%. These are just a few out of many. As we've discussed, there have been 300 significant pipeline incidents every year. Again, we don't want to leave one child, we don't want to leave one family, one school, one park, one place of worship without protection. And so we're asking, I'm hoping to have your support tonight that we can have all protections on the table from pipeline spills. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much, Ms. Hensley. Okay. Councilman Carlisle, Councilman Warren, do we want to hear from Attorney Wade? And Councilman Carlisle, you're recognized, and we go to Attorney Wade.
Sorry. So just in particular, you're saying you guys cover the county, right? You want the whole area? So what's up with all the uncovered areas out in the county?
So this is really a question for Josh Whitehead, but these do not cover the other municipalities. It's unincorporated and the city of Memphis.
Right, yeah. So, just to that point,
So I think what we're asking the council to do is to do what we can.
Right.
To do what we can and not to leave
Thank
any
you, I appreciate
protections
that.
on the table.
So I'll let Councilor Wade go, and then I've got questions for him, and then also maybe for Mr. Pearson.
All right, thank you very much, Councilman Carlisle. Attorney Wade, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I told you in my comments about the previous ordinance, I intended to be as comprehensive as possible, cover the universe where there could be no opening for an oil pipeline. And with that being the case, I don't believe that I think this ordinance is redundant of the protection that we have just adopted. I've given you a copy of a map, and this ordinance purports to affect all property within the city of Memphis and unincorporated Shelby County. Unincorporated Shelby County doesn't have the same protections that we have now, having adopted the right-of-way ordinance. If you look at this map, it doesn't cover the universe inside the city either. There are paths where pipelines could proceed, but they cannot proceed in those gaps without accessing our streets and rights-of-way. So we have basically blocked them. There is no way where they can go. They can't go near schools. They can't go near homes. They can't go near anywhere without your approval. This ordinance was originated, and I've given you a copy of a letter from Alex Hensley to Josh Whitehead, and it basically provides that the governing bodies find that setbacks for oil pipelines minimize the likelihood of greater number of casualties, injuries, or costly damages in the event of a pipeline leak, fire, or explosion. Then it says oil pipelines shall be no closer than 1,500 feet of any school, place of worship. So if this is true that it affects all property within Shelby County, this particular ordinance prohibits anything. It negates what you just adopted because you will never have the opportunity to even consider a pipeline. I think even the environmental lawyers with the original ordinance that they presented to you were careful not to have an absolute prohibition against pipelines. They wanted to have a process where you could evaluate and reject them because the case law is clear that where a local zoning ordinance acts as a total exclusion of a legitimate business, the presumption of the ordinance invalidity has to be overcome by the proponent of the ordinance, meaning that we would have to prove that there was a legitimate reason for why we excluded one industry. This ordinance excludes oil pipelines only. And we know that natural gas pipelines are far more dangerous than oil pipelines. We know that it doesn't address industrial waste. We know there are a number of different things that could affect property values other than oil pipelines. And in that regard, I have serious concerns about whether this ordinance would sustain equal protection under the Constitution and be discriminatory. So, and I'm not saying that that's a lead pipe cinch, but I do know that is the approach that the industry will take to attack this ordinance. The problem with it is that it is targeted only to oil pipelines. Ours is broader, but if we do these things in tandem, this is going to taint ours in litigation as well. I think you have to be very careful not to undo an adequate protection that you have adopted, and that's my major concern. And I'm giving you my opinion. I mean, I'm not trying to, and if I didn't believe that we had blocked pipelines completely with what we just passed, I wouldn't be saying what I'm saying today. So I just don't think, I think you need to be careful, because if you pass this, you negate what you just did. And then you're left with this ordinance that may not be legally defensible. That's my concern about it. Now, I think we've talked, you've heard a lot of arguments tonight about high density areas. Okay, so one concern is that the federal law has specific safety requirements for what they call high consequence areas, which include high population areas, commercially navigable waterways, and areas unusually sensitive to environmental change. So once the federal government has said in these types of areas you have to use these kind of safety measures, and this ordinance basically is being adopted for safety measure purposes, I disagree that preemption might not also be a problem. So with that, I just think, you know, unlike the vaping ordinance that we adopted last week, I heard Mr. Whitehead indicate the basis upon which they found the 1325 setback was reasonable, and he said that was, our studies have shown that is walking area to a park. This 1500 area, Ms. Hensley confirmed when we had our conversation that they had not made any underlying study about why the 1500 feet was adequate. So I think it could also be attacked as being arbitrary solution. Now, they've also said that Valero and FedEx came to the table. That's true. That is not in disagreement. They have been exempted. That doesn't help, however, with a new pipeline that comes in that might challenge this law because they have not been exempted. So that exemption is good for them, but it doesn't help us if we have to litigate. So the way this originated, it came from the county mayor's office to regulate activities within our boundaries. And generally, this is your purview to initiate study and do due diligence before you adopt an ordinance. We have not done that with this one. We have been given this one. The county commission passed it without due deference to you. I mean, they want you to adopt it, but they didn't wait to see if you were willing to adopt it first. They adopted, frankly, to bootstrap you in a position where you had to adopt it because they did. So, I mean, I'm just trying to point out to you that if you adopt this one, then you have maybe seriously undermined something that really covers the entire waterfront, whereas this one does not. I don't think I have anything else to say about it. It's your choice. I just give you advice, and that's basically my advice.
Thank you, Attorney Wade. Councilman Carlisle, do you wish to be recognized again?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think just back to the right-of-way ordinance and this entire kind of conversation about how engagement with the public works and this idea of beginning this journey over a year ago where the council didn't really know what was going on in South Memphis, and there needs to be a lot of credit given to the community for raising their voice and bringing it to our attention. But in order to write really good law, much like our ARPA discussions, right? Like we spent months talking about that and deliberating and giving it thought and intention. And what came out of that was a really good solution. The right-of-way ordinance was a really good solution. I'm not sure I would use the same language, but I will say that this, not to bring the consolidation, but it really does at times frustrate me when you've got a county mayor and a county commission wanting to be Memphis city councilors at the end of the day. I mean, that's what we're doing here. They're the county government. These are our streets. I mean, we had 2 county commissioners sponsor an honorary street naming on a Memphis City street after they knew they were supposed to come and go through the council, but they just did it anyway because they so desperately want to be city council people. And that's a different subject, but to be honest, it's on the same theme of this idea of we are the Memphis City Council. This city is our responsibility, not theirs. And if you don't like that, we can either talk about consolidation or they can run for city council seats. For those that are sitting out in the audience, and I'm happy, Ms. Houston, your goal is to stop or at least have a process in which pipelines are held accountable and go through a public process. That's in place with the right-of-way ordinance. You can't get to a park without going through a public street. So now Again, just to be very clear, you can't get to a park if you can't go through to the street to get there. So,
Ladies, gentlemen of the audience,
yeah, you
if the
can't-
council member recognizes you, you will bring you up to the microphone to speak, but
yeah, come
at
on
this
on
point-
up. I'm happy to have this debate. I mean, the idea that the park is like somebody's going to start a pipeline in a park and then go somewhere else, like it's...
Did not see this coming. All right, please, come on up. Now, Councilman
My
Carla.
specific question is your goal is to have as much coverage, and here we'll just be specific to what your goal is, not necessarily what the legislation for the council is based on the potential for litigation. But your goal is to basically make sure that there is a public process in which pipelines cannot be built through the city of Memphis, new pipelines.
That is not a stated goal of protect our aquifer. We
Hold on, I'm talking about as it relates to this subject
to
matter.
this law. We would like to see this law passed.
That's not what I asked. I said your goal as it relates to this law and this conversation that's been ongoing is to stop the construction of new pipelines in the city of Memphis.
That has never been our stated stance. When it comes to directing through homes, through parkways, through areas that have been burdened by environmental racism for years, that has been our stated goal, and we have been supportive of our coalition members in that. We haven't been in a long-term fight for crude oil or fossil fuels. That is not our stated mission. Our stated mission is to protect our drinking water supply, and we see this as an additional layer of protection for the two other laws
This
that
being
have been
stopping
passed.
pipelines. This being stopping pipelines.
This being adding an extra layer of protection for areas we would like crude oil pipelines
Protection
to avoid.
from pipelines.
Correct.
Thank you. All
As
right.
stated
Now,
in
finally
this
got
law.
there. All right.
All right.
So stopping crude oil pipelines.
Sure.
The right-of-way ordinance does that.
It doesn't stop it. It gives it a very clear process as to how to cross city streets and how to work with the city engineer's office on actually ensuring that their construction is up to snuff with the laws within that.
Councilor Wade, would you like to respond to that?
Yes, please.
Hold one.
Just
There
leave his
you go.
mic on.
You cannot have a pipeline without a permit
Correct.
approved by this body.
Right.
And every street and right-of-way is affected. It borders and faces every park, every home, every business, everywhere.
Okay.
Everywhere. Tell me an area of the city that a street does not contact.
I can't speak to that, but I'm sure there's roadways going to all these areas we are referencing.
Really? In Southwest Memphis, Councilman Ford can speak to that. There are roads in front of every home in his district.
Okay.
There's roads everywhere. The ordinance we just adopted controls every street and right of way.
What if a pipeline wanted to run through solely backyards for a 2-mile stretch that did not touch any?
They still got to go across the street.
Absolutely do. So they would have to get a process for that. But
Listen,
why?
I've investigated this.
I know you have.
Pipelines have told me the biggest barrier to them doing anything, it wasn't, I think you guys put a lot of pressure, but the mayor's decision not to allow access to planes through the streets and rights of way of the city was the biggest barrier. They were going to have to sue us. The problem is he didn't have the legal backup that he now has to stand on. So that being the case, there is nowhere they can go, nowhere.
Okay, well, if the council members agree, then the council members agree. But, sometimes the best laws have to be defended in court, and that's sometimes how things have to be worked out.
Well, this is the problem. Mayor Harris sent
We
his
have no
letter.
threats on the books.
All right,
Who's going to sue us?
Ms. Houston, hold on.
Okay.
Mayor Harris sent this letter over.
Yes.
Okay, so he has control over unincorporated Shelby County, correct?
Right.
All right, so we agree that that is a fine law for unincorporated Shelby County. It doesn't affect Collierville, Germantown, Bartlett, Lakeland, any of the 6 municipalities.
Correct.
Because they have their own. Okay,
they-
so
correct.
technically a pipeline could go through there, right?
Sure.
If you look at this ordinance, you can go along I-40 all the way down to the county line and still have a pipeline, even with this ordinance, because it doesn't cover everything.
Right.
Okay.
So this is a Unified Development Code, right? And
Yes.
that incorporates both unincorporated Shelby County and the city of Memphis.
So If we don't adopt it, it's still effective in the county.
In unincorporated, correct.
Okay, we always have the ability, if we believe we need additional protection, to take this back up and adopt it. I'm just saying now, I am recommending that it is contradicting what we just did, and I think, and I want it to be clear, we're not adversarial.
I don't feel adversarial, but I do feel like I need to stand
The-
some ground.
The right-of-way ordinance was intended to ameliorate and address your concerns, and I think we've done it.
Yes.
And that's where I'd like to leave it, without having to risk of this undermining that. That's my opinion.
Thank you.
appreciate
Thank
that.
you, Counselor Wade, and thank you, Ms.
appreciate
Houston.
that.
And that
I'd
was
like to
my,
see
I appreciate you
the council
being
vote.
candid.
Let's see what the council has to say. So thank
That's
you so much for bringing me back up. Thank you for your
thing.
time.
And that's my broader point, is that to meet the goals of the community, we've relied on our legal counsel, who's been doing this for a couple of years now. I know he's new. This isn't his first time. But we've relied on our legal counsel to do his due diligence to put the city of Memphis and the city council in the best position possible to meet the goals of the broader community, which at the end of the day was to address the Sands Aquifer, its protection through the wellhead ordinance and the right-of-way. And that same attorney is advising us that we may put into harm's way that piece of legislation if we do duplicative ordinances. So I know people get attached to certain things that they believe are in the best interest or do it all. And I know, and Dr. Warren is in the queue, and I know as a doctor, he's going to throw everything at it, because when you're treating a patient, you go broad spectrum and all the things that he knows that I don't about internal medicine. But in the world of law, we've got to be very careful about putting ourselves in a position that opens us up to litigation, because we now have passed things that are conflicting. I believe, and I think our counselor has just said this, we have met the goal of passing a law that will basically, at the end of the day, prohibit new crude oil pipelines from moving through. So I'm going to listen to the advice of counsel on this one, and I'm very pleased and proud of the work in 13.0 of the right-of-way ordinance, and I think we've met that burden. And I know people don't like to hear, disappointment, and I don't know what the disappointment is, since we've done exactly what the people have asked, which is pass a piece of legislation that stops crude oil pipelines. And here we are, we're probably about to get, if it doesn't pass, we'll get booed. But the reality is we've done everything that they've asked them to do, and we've been very diligent about it, versus a piece of legislation that was thrown together and rammed through, in the midst of it all. So with that, I'll yield the floor.
Thank you very much, Councilman Carlisle. Councilman Warren, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. Thank you, Attorney Wade. Could I ask Administrator Whitehead to come up? I have a few questions for him. Mr. Whitehead, you were involved in helping the county craft the 1,500-foot setback in some way.
Yes,
Is that correct? Can you explain to us where we got 1,500 feet?
Mr. Chairman, Josh Whitehead again. The 1,500 feet is a standard measurement found throughout the Unified Development Code. As Ms. Hensley indicated, it is used for separations between particularly noxious uses, such as scrap metal yards and other uses where you want to separate use A that you're trying to protect and the noxious use that's being proposed. So it's 1,500 feet is found throughout the UDC for specified uses.
Okay, I would like to propose that that's really not an arbitrary number, okay? And it's been sort of presented like, this just came out of the blue. How could we have a 1,500-foot setback? As you were helping the county commission craft this, ordinance, did you see a major problem that you felt like, as a zoning expert, that somehow their ordinance would be easily sued and we would lose a ton of money, and all of a sudden we'd have people walking all over us?
Well, many of the issues that Mr. Wade just raised were contemplated. There's not a whole lot of definitive case law out there one way or the other. We do know that there is a level of preemption when it comes to a zoning ordinance that purports to be based upon safety. So we wanted to avoid the basis of this ordinance being safety related and more related to the property value impact potential between these uses and other considerations. Number two, the federal legislation speaks to different kinds of pipelines, and we did not have the same level of alarm that Mr. Wade just shared.
Any particular reason why you didn't have that level of alarm?
Well, some of them we didn't think about.
That's a pretty good reason. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Whitehead. Appreciate that. You know, as we're looking at this, I heard the argument that somehow if we pass this particular law, it would magically negate Mr. Wade's law. And so I asked a few other people who were knowledgeable in environmental law how this would work, and they couldn't quite explain that. So I was wondering if Mr. Wade could tell us how these two laws would automatically negate each other, like matter and antimatter.
Light me up, brother. All right. This ordinance purports to affect all areas within the city of Memphis. If that is true, what this ordinance does is prohibits oil pipelines within the city of Memphis.
Mr. Wade, question.
If that is the case, then why the impact on the one you just adopted negates it?
Question. Where in that ordinance does it say this ordinance takes care of every square foot in Memphis? I thought it was 1,500-foot setbacks from those particular organizations, schools and hospitals. Mr. Whitehead, is that not the case of how this works?
Can I read what's in the agenda? It says here, this text amendment affects all property within the city of Memphis and unincorporated Shelby County, up for third and final reading.
So, Mr. Whitehead?
And what we mean by that in our caption, that's our standard caption for zoning text amendments, is every property within the city of Memphis and unincorporated Shelby County have to follow this proposed regulation. Now, whether each and every parcel it applies to throughout the world of parcels is a whole different question.
So it doesn't apply to every bit of property. It applies to property that's within 1,500 feet of a hospital or a school or a park, right?
That is correct, number one. And I guess there's always a potential, depending on which house may be built and which park may be established, there's a potential that every property within Memphis and unincorporated Shelby County could fall under this regulation based upon all those factors. But number two, we found that since the zoning code has so many flexibility devices, number one, variance. If you are within 1,500 feet, you can file a variance with the Board of Adjustment, number one. So this is not completely prohibitive to a pipeline. There's route number one, variance. Route number two is variance by plan development. They file a plan development with this body. So because of those two flexibility devices, we find that maybe this is a little less prohibitive than Mr. Wade just articulated.
Thank you. Well, yeah, let me finish, then I'll let you speak if you don't mind. Yeah, I'll be glad for you to follow up in a second. But what I want to say is that as we look at this, you know, it's not all one way or the other, and I think there's room for interpretation here. We've got an ordinance that the county commission didn't really try to ram down our throats. They were I was talking with them back and forth. I was in the conversations with them when we were talking to Plains and FedEx. and we were trying to come up with something the two of us could do together that would help. So, I mean, I don't really think this is overreach on their part as much as we were trying to do something together. I just want y'all to have that background. And Mr. Wade, sorry for interrupting. Go ahead.
I was trying to interrupt you. I apologize to you. Mr. Whitehead just said something very significant. He said that the zoning code has some cushion. It has plan development, it has variance. There is no plan development or variance that affects the right-of-way ordinance. Either you get a permit to cross or use a street, period. You can't get a variance from that. You can't get a plan development from that. This confirms what I'm just said. The right-of-way ordinance is far more comprehensive and enforceable than the setback. And that's why I rely on it instead of the other.
Thank you, Mr. Wade. And I agree that I think that that ordinance is probably the most powerful tool that we put together. I don't believe, listening to the fact that there are ways that people could petition the 1,500-foot setback, that it's not a complete prohibition. So therefore, I don't think it would necessarily negate yours. I'm going to vote for it, and I understand people having different opinions. If you don't want to, I understand that. And I appreciate all the hard work that everyone's put in to make this go. Thank you, guys and ladies.
Thanks, Doc. Councilman Morgan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Hensley, quick question about the other municipalities. Is there any effort underway to introduce this ordinance or something similar to this ordinance to the other land use boards in Millington, Arlington, Clarkville, so forth?
My bad. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that question, Councilman. I think we would be open to expanding this conversation. We've been talking about this, especially how to protect our aquifer. What I will note is that you've had many joint ordinances, as you typically do. You have joint ordinances with Memphis and Shelby County, and these have not been approached. We've brought an omnibus. They brought an omnibus in the last few months, and it has never been approached like this, where it's the county versus the city going down each other's throats. And what I will say is the county waited and delayed multiple times to wait on the city for your input. So I just want to put that out there, put some context out there that you have joint ordinances before you. Oh. This is how it works with our zoning. And it's been done multiple times in a way that has always been viewed as collaborative. So I hope you keep that in mind.
Okay, that wasn't quite an answer to the question, which was, are any efforts underway to introduce these at other municipalities? Like you said, this has been delayed for months and months and months, including here at City Council. Has no one thought to have this introduced in Germantown, in Arlington? Were those...
We're starting where we are, and I think if this council wants to provide less protection or more protection, that is up to you. We defer to this body, but we would love to move forward on that, yes.
This body has the authority over Memphis. There are other bodies that have authority over other Shelby County citizens, but they're not important enough, or their houses or schools of worship, their schools or their places of worship aren't important enough or precious enough to have that conversation with them?
I think you all have to answer for the city of Memphis. We're happy to expand this project. Thank you.
That's the question is, why haven't y'all had that conversation with any other municipality in the county? We don't have any authority over how that conversation goes at any other municipality.
Yeah, but if we don't do it, what's the effort there?
Are you saying, so Germantown or these other municipalities aren't worthy of protection if we choose to go a different path? I mean, it's to the moral impairment of this issue rather than the political optics of the issue. And where there has been a recognized upswelling from the public, and y'all have done a terrific job of gathering support in this rush to get claim or credit for the protection of the aquifer, for keeping these pipelines out. And I'm afraid what has happened in that rush is there has been some bad legislation put forward. And so we've got an ordinance that was passed earlier today, and we have the advice of counsel. And I heard y'all absolutely, almost to a person, y'all talked about adding another layer of protection. So here's what I have to be up here and debate is what if this ordinance that's on the table now doesn't actually add that layer of protection? What if it does make it legally less defensible? And we're undoing good work that we know for certain is going to protect the city of Memphis. So we have to take that in consideration, and we have considerable legal counsel who, to my knowledge, is extremely well read. I have not seen him lose yet. Another person I have not seen lose in an argument is Josh Whitehead, as he has gone through, I don't know how many land use control board cases with us, but Josh is in an impossible spot right here, where he is answering to two bosses. And that is a very narrow, I guess that is a journey on the edge of a knife that he has been asked to walk. And I'm not going to put you on the spot, because I think that has happened enough already and probably isn't completely fair. So, again, I think I have a bad habit of being honest and wanting to be genuine about the legislation and the reality of the decision we're facing. It would be much nicer if everybody were just quiet, we do the round of applause, and we move on, and maybe another city council would have to deal with the fallout of this, and we'd be long gone. But I don't know, well, I certainly know that is not the right way to govern or to legislate. And so I'm interested to see whether this body has the discipline to listen to counsel, to do something that might not be fully understood, but is in the best interest of the city of Memphis as advised by counsel. So those are my thoughts. Those are my feelings on it. I hope people know that I'm being as honest and open and transparent about the way I'm feeling and thinking about this. I think the work is done. I think it's mission accomplished. I don't think putting on, an extra coat or an extra scarf, the way that protects you from the cold, an extra piece of legislation does not protect us from a pipeline. Only if that legislation is good and valid, and I don't believe that's the case here. And we have advice from council that it is not the case. So I think I'm with Councilman Carlisle on this, and interested to hear from colleagues and where they might be as well.
Thank you, Councilman Morgan. Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One thing I want to remind, one thing I want to remind the audience of is that this council cannot bind future councils. So in 6 years, you'll have a different makeup of this body altogether. What we did earlier, though, is that we put something on the books. What I do realize is that once something is on the books, the inertia that's inherent with that makes it a little bit more difficult to take anything off. What we've done prior to this has basically said that if there's going to be oil pipeline, whatever synonym that we want to provide for it, is that it has to be approved by the Memphis City Council, regardless of what the makeup of this body is. And so with that, I know that Mr. Wade is just one attorney, has one opinion, and if we invite a half a dozen attorneys up here, we'll have a half a dozen different opinions. However, the City Council has one attorney. And so, having been on the other side of Mr. Wade, and he did lose one when it came to the schools issue, but I would say though, what you've done, you have held us accountable. You have made your voice heard, and we have listened to you. I think that it's incumbent upon us to listen to the council to essentially say, and is of the opinion, by approving this as well, what we do, we weaken what is already on the table. And I don't think that any of us wants to go through the process of hearing half a dozen or 2, 3, 5, 6 other different opinions if we feel that we have one that is going to be defensible, that it's not going to, it may not make everybody happy, but it's going to be it's the best that we have before us right now. And I'm going to listen to the advice of council. I'll be voting against this based upon the fact that we already have something in place and that anything will have to come before this body. It's going to be up to you to hold whomever is going to be occupying these seats in 7 years to say, look, the previous council did this, but we elected you to be our voice, and we didn't want it then, and we don't want it now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. Councilman Ford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. We have a legal counsel. And Ms. Hensley, is that you out there?
Mm-hmm.
I got a letter and it says on behalf of Mayor Lee Harris, you tell him to come see us. I don't want to see you. This letter's from him. This letter that he wrote really don't say anything. None but, hey, he just want to be part of, he want his name there and nothing else, okay? Our legal counsel did a lot of research. We just passed what he just asked us to. I think this is very relevant. But now you can tell the mayor he need to come see us. Don't send you. And one thing, you know, at the bottom, and I asked my colleague, this is so irrelevant. It's got best, your name, and he, and then it has she, they. Who is she, they?
That's me.
Who?
That is a letter from me.
Okay, so you, she, and they. Okay. I want to call for the question, and I think we need to vote this down. You tell the county mayor, this came from Ed Ford Sr. Don't get it mistaken, because he, on this junior thing, he need to get off of that first of all, but this came from Ed Ford Sr. Don't bring us no mess from the county. We are the city. We work for the people of the city of Memphis, okay? We don't want to do nothing that's going to hurt our people in the city of Memphis. Don't you come back here. You tell him to bring his behind here. And that's for me. Now, you see there, you can sit your behind down. That's why I said, don't you come here. Don't play with us over here at the city council, okay? Don't play with us. We are not the county. You need to quit playing with them. Now, you deliver that message, and hey, we don't need to even discuss this one anymore. Doctor, I respect you, but this is a lot of bull. So don't you come back over here with us. You tell him come see us. You tell him I said. He don't like it, that's his problem. But don't you come back here no more. Don't play with me. And I don't want you to play with my colleagues. You understand?
Thank you, Councilman.
And hey, let's move on.
Yes, sir. Councilman Ford, I know you wanted to call the question, but I believe Council Lady Logan had a quick procedural or
Go right
question.
ahead.
Thank you, sir. Mike's hot. Hot the mic.
Coming into this meeting, I was very much in favor of this, but from what I want to be within the law, and I definitely don't want to do anything that's going to negate the previous one that we just passed. So I want to make sure I understand what you're saying, Attorney Wade, and I hope that the constituents that are here, the citizens that are here would understand as well. So if you could, specifically, are you saying that if this is passed, it will negate what we just passed?
If you pass this, it will prohibit any pipelines. That being the case, it never gets to you. The question is it comes to you whether to approve it or not. You have the ultimate power under the first ordinance that was adopted. You have no power under this one. That's the difference. And also, based on what Mr. Whitehead said, this one has loopholes. Ours doesn't. So on those two singular points, that's why I recommend that we decline to adopt this for the city, and that may be the polite way to do it.
So are you saying that if we adopt it, that decision or discussion, or it wouldn't come before us because someone else would make that decision? Is that you're saying that the county would make that decision?
Nobody would make that decision. It wouldn't be, it would be an absolute prohibition, which I read you the case law says that you have the burden of proving that that is a legitimate action. You don't have that burden on the first ordinance. The first ordinance covers the waterfront. It is no loopholes. It doesn't, you can't water it down with planned development. You can't water it down with a variance. It is absolute. And unless you approve a pipeline, it doesn't happen, period. My job is to jealously protect your power, and that's what I've done.
And I appreciate that, and more so, I'm just trying to get an understanding that it's not so, definitely wanted to protect the power of the body, but I also want to understand so we can make sure that we're doing the right thing for the citizenry as well. But, and I think I understand, I just wanted to make sure that you were saying that voting this would negate what we did previously, because we definitely don't want to do that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Council Lady. It's been moved by Council Lady Robinson, seconded by Councilman Smiley. I see no other members of the queue. I assume you're ready to vote. To be clear, a yes vote is in support of this. A no vote, obviously, is against it and ends it now. Please cast your votes. Everybody got a chance to vote?
Canale, no. Carlisle, no. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, no. Johnson, no. Jones, no. Logan, no. Morgan, no. Robinson, no. Smiley, no. Swearingen, no. Warren, yes. Chairman Covet, no.
That item fails. Okay. Councilman Ford, you're recognized.
Yeah, Ms. Hensley, please deliver my message. Tell him, hey, in 2 weeks we will have a meeting. He's welcome to come to our meeting, okay? And then we can talk on things. But don't you come back with him. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Ford. We're going to do that towards the end. Madam Comptroller, call item 39.
My pleasure. Item number 39 is an ordinance adopting the 2021 edition of the International Code Council International Fire Code, including certain appendices in that code and other local amendments, and amending Chapter 9-36 of the City of Memphis Code of Ordinances, up for third and final reading. Ordinance number 5808 is sponsored by Fire Services.
Thank you very much. Councilman Warren.
The committee met, recommended approval, and I so move.
Thank you very much. Could you do so electronically? Been moved by Councilman Warren, seconded by Councilman Canale. See no members of the queue. I assume you're ready to vote on item 39. Prepare the screen. Cast your votes. Hang on, let me just.
Canale, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Covet, yes.
Thank you. That item passes. Call item 40.
Item number 40 is an ordinance to amend Chapter 9-40 Code of Ordinances, City of Memphis, so as to adjust inspection fee schedules to reflect changes relative to the adoption of the 2021 edition of the International Code Council International Fire Code, including certain appendices in that code and other local amendments up for third and final reading. Ordinance number 5809 is sponsored by Fire Services.
Thank you very much. Councilman Warren?
The committee met, recommend approval, and I so move.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councilman Warren, second by Councilman Canali. Seeing no members in the queue, I assume we're ready to vote on item 40. Please prepare the screen.
Warren and Canali.
Cast your votes.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Ford, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Smiley abstained. Swearingen, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Covet, yes.
Thank you. That item passes. Call item 41.
Item number 41 is a resolution adopting Shelby County Hazards Mitigation Plan. All council districts, this resolution is also sponsored by Fire Services.
Thank you very much, Councilman Warren.
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if item 41 is on our screen.
Well.
Good call. There we go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Committee met, recommend approval, and I so move.
Been moved by Councilman Warren, second by Councilman Canali. Seeing no members in the queue, I assume you're ready to vote on item 41. Prepare the screen. Cast your votes.
Warren and Canali. Council members, please cast your votes. Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Smiley, yes. Swearingen, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Covet, yes.
Thank you. That item passes. Please call our fiscal consent agenda.
Take us to item number 14, a resolution to accept reimbursement funding from FEMA in the amount of $4,328.17 from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security for Tropical Cyclone Nicholas Alert. All council districts, this resolution is sponsored by Fire Services. There is a request for same night minutes. Item number 15, resolution to accept reimbursement funding from FEMA in the amount of $6,674.87 from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security for Tropical Cyclone Sam Alert. All council districts, this resolution is sponsored by Fire Services. There is a request for same night minutes. Item number 16, resolution to accept, allocate, and appropriate grant funds in the amount of $210,000 from the Universal Service Administrative Company Federal Communications Commission to be used to purchase technology, services, and equipment. All council districts, this resolution is sponsored by Library Services. There is a request for same night minutes. Item number 17, resolution accepting grant funds of $75,000 from International Paper Foundation for Lit Meets Rec literacy programming at community centers. The grant project number is PK90106, all council districts. This resolution is sponsored by Memphis Parks. Item number 18 is a resolution accepting grant funds of $2,500 from Marlowe's Incorporated for the purpose of youth programming. The grant project number is PK90105. All council districts. This resolution is also sponsored by Memphis Parks. Item number 19, resolution to accept, allocate, and appropriate funds in the amount of $110,880 from the Memphis Library Foundation to the City of Memphis, Memphis Public Library and Information Center. The funds will support the salaries of bilingual part-time employees. All council districts, This resolution is sponsored by Library Services, and Mr. Chairman, that concludes our fiscal consent agenda.
Thank you very much. Been moved by Vice Chair Lady Swearingen, seconded by Council Lady Easter Thomas. Seeing no members of the queue, I assume you're ready to vote on the fiscal consent agenda. Please prepare the screen. Cast your votes.
Please cast your votes for the fiscal consent agenda. I got you.
Just
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Smiley, yes. Show Vice Chairwoman Swearingen is voting yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Colbert, yes.
thank you. That item passes. Call item 36.
Item number 36 on our appointments is to the Memphis and Shelby County Film and Television Commission, Richard A. Ross. That's our only appointment, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you very much. Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The committee met and recommends the approval of Rick Ross.
Golf clap. All right, moved by Councilman Carlisle, seconded by
Robinson.
Council Lady Robinson. I see no members in the queue. I assume you're ready to vote on item 36. Please cast your votes.
Unanimous. Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Smiley, yes. Swearingen, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Colbert, yes.
Thank you. That item passes. Call 43.
Item number 43 is a resolution approving management agreement between the City of Memphis through its Division of Parks and Neighborhoods and Oasis of Hope, Inc., to manage, operate, and program the Bigfoot Community Center, District 7, Super District 8. This resolution is sponsored by the Division of Parks and Neighborhoods.
Council Lady Logan.
Thank you, Chair. The committee met, recommended approval, and I so move.
Been moved by Council Lady
Please move it electronically.
I'm trying.
Logan?
and seconded by Council Lady Easter Thomas. Seeing no members of the queue, I assume you're ready to vote on item 43. Please prepare the screen. Cast your votes.
Logan, Easter Thomas.
Confirmed.
Unanimous. Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Smiley, yes. Swearingen, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Colbert, yes.
Thank you very much. That item passes. Call item 47.
Item number 47 on our add-ons is a resolution appropriating the sum of $350,000 in other project cost funded by GeoBonds General to continue the implementation of the Urban Art Plan, CIP project number EN 22301, chargeable to FY22 capital improvement budget. All council districts. This resolution is sponsored by the Division of Parks and Neighborhoods, and there is a request for same night minutes.
My screen still shows 43. Did I call 47?
You did.
Okay. Just making sure I'm catching up. Council Lady Logan.
Thank you, Chair. The committee met, recommended approval, and I so move.
Thank you. It's been moved by Council Lady Logan, second by Council Lady Easter Thomas. Seeing no members of the queue, assume you're ready to vote on item 47. Please spread the screen. Cast your votes. Oh, we're on 47. I'm going to 48 next.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Swearingen, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Colbert, yes.
Thank you. That item passes. Call item 48.
Item number 48 is a resolution approving a red line transfer of $150,000 within the Division of Memphis Parks operating budget to reallocate funds from full-time salaries to miscellaneous professional services to offset personnel transfer from the City of Memphis to Memphis Museums, Inc. All council districts. This resolution is sponsored by the Division of Parks and Neighborhoods, and there is a request for same-night minutes.
Thank you very much. Council Lady Logan.
Chair, the committee met recommended approval, and I so move. Thank you.
Been moved by Council Lady Logan, second by Council Lady Easter Thomas. Seeing no members of the queue, I assume you're ready to vote on item 48. Please prepare the screen. Cast your votes.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Swearingen, yes. Councilmember Smiley, yes. Warren, yes. And Chairman Covett, yes.
Thank you. That item passes. Call item 49.
He did. 49. Resolution to transfer $299,467 allocated and appropriated funding from 4 completed information technology CIP projects to IT 01004 implementation modernization. All council districts. This resolution is sponsored by Information Technology. There's a request for same-night minutes.
Thank you very much, Councilman Ford.
Thank you, Chairman. Committee met, recommend approval, and I so move.
If you could do so electronically.
Thank you.
Very cool. Moved by Councilman Ford, second by Councilman Carlisle. Seeing no members of the queue, assume you're ready to vote on item 49. Please press the screen. Cast your votes.
Unanimous. Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Smiley, yes. Swearingen, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Covett, yes.
Thank you. That item passes. Call item 50.
Item number 50 is a resolution to amend the council FY22 grant allocations. All council districts. This resolution is sponsored by Councilman Ford, and there is a request for same-night minutes.
Thank you very much. Councilman Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Committee met, recommends approval, and I so move.
Thank you very much. It's been moved by Councilman Morgan, second by Councilman Carlisle. Seeing no members of the queue, assume you're ready to vote on item 50. Please prepare the screens. Cast your votes.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Ford, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Smiley, yes. Swearingen, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Covett, yes.
Thank you. That item passes. Call item 51.
Item number 51 is, what? Oh, wow. Nina. Okay, I'm fine. Was that on 51? Thank you. Item number 51 is a resolution requesting the state of Tennessee to prioritize the expansion of Holmes Road between Airways Boulevard and Tullahoma Road, District 3, Super District 8. This resolution is sponsored unanimously by Councilwoman Patrice Robinson, Councilman Ford, Canali, Councilman Chase Carlisle, Councilman Frank Covett Jr., Councilwoman McLean Easter Thomas, Councilman Edmund Ford Sr., Councilwoman Cheyenne Johnson, Councilman Martavius Jones, Councilwoman Rhonda Logan, Councilman Worth Morgan, Councilman J.B. Smiley Jr., Councilwoman Jamita Swearingen, Councilman Jeff Warren, and I would assume that there's a request for same-night minutes on this one. Is that correct?
Confirmed.
Thank you.
Very good. Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The committee met on Tuesday, November 16th at 11:45 this morning and recommended approval of this resolution. And I so move.
You have a career in radio if you want it. All right. Moved by Carlisle, second by Logan. Seeing no members of the queue, cast your votes. 51. You just had to do it, didn't you?
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Robinson, yes. Smiley, yes. Swearingen, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Covet, yes.
Thank you. That item passes. Call 52.
Item number 52 is a resolution transferring allocations and appropriations of funds totaling $1,200,000 from a completed general services project to CIP Project GS 01032, COMEM Phase 2, District 4, Super Districts 8. This resolution is sponsored by General Services. There's a request for same night minutes.
Councilman Smiley. I'll give you the credit. Just give me the words.
Committee met. Yes, that's what they said.
It's going to be sponsored by Logan. What do you want to do?
Now, please.
Committee met, recommend approval. So moved.
5 hours of fun and adventure. I need a digital.
Smiley, trying to move it.
My screen did funny stuff. Oh, there we go.
Moved by Councilman Smiley, seconded by Council Lady Logan. Seeing no members of the queue, seem ready to vote on 52. Clear the screen.
I broke the screen.
And cast your vote.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Smiley, yes. Swearingen, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Covet, yes.
Thank you. That item passes. Call item 53.
Item number 53 is a resolution to transfer $901,000 appropriated funding from several completed general services projects to CIP Project CD 01101, Raleigh Vehicle Repair Shop, District 1, Super District 9. This resolution is sponsored by General Services. There is a request for same night minutes.
Thank you very much, Governor.
Committee recommend approval. Moved.
And you so moved. Moved by Smiley, seconded by Warren. Seeing no members of the queue, seem ready on 52. Prepare the screen.
Smiley, Warren.
Cast your votes. We're on 53. Hold time. Please reset the screens for 53.
It is a timing issue. I have engaged 53. It will pop up in just a minute.
Okay.
The vote is being recorded for 53 on my end.
All right.
And,
Present.
everyone hasn't cast it up. I'm missing one vote.
What up? It's showing 52 on here.
Go ahead and vote on it. I'm calling 53. These votes are for 53. Everybody go ahead and show the screen.
Just wait just a moment. I think if you wanted to show.
It's thinking. It's thinking.
There you go. Now, you ready to vote on, was it unanimous, everyone?
Yes.
Thank you.
Call it unanimous.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Smiley, yes. Swearingen, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Covet, yes.
Thank you very much. 53 passes. Call 54.
There will be a 15-minute delay in the display. 15 seconds. Seems like 15 minutes. Item number 54 is a resolution transferring allocations and appropriation funds totaling $94,345 from a completed general service project to CIP project number GS 20102, Major Mod Electric, District 6, Super District 8. This resolution is sponsored by General Services. There is a request for same night minutes.
Thank you very much, Councilman Smiley.
Committee recommended approval. Moved.
Moved by Smiley, seconded by Morgan. Seeing no members of the queue on 54, seem ready to vote. Press the screen. Cast your votes.
Canali, Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Smiley, yes. Swearingen, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Covet, yes.
Thank you. That item passes. Call 55.
There'll be a slight delay. 55 is a resolution transferring allocations and appropriations, funds totaling $1,500,000 from several completed general services projects to CIP project number GS 22201, City Hall exterior. This resolution is sponsored by District 6, Super District 8. This resolution is sponsored by General Services. There's a request for same night minutes.
Thank you very much, Councilman Smiley.
Committee to approve it, moved.
Moved by Smiley. Moved by Councilman Smiley, seconded by Council Lady Easter Thomas. Seeing no members of the queue, assume you're ready to vote on item 55. Please prepare the screen. I'm getting punchy. Johnson is second. I apologize. Cast your votes.
Canale, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Smiley, yes. Swearingen, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Covet, yes.
Thank you. That item passes. Call 56.
Item number 56 is a resolution to transfer an additional appropriation in the amount of $463,175 from architecture and engineering to contract construction in Pleasant Hill Shelby Homes Road Project number PW01127 to fund a construction contract for Pleasant Hill Road improvements, District 3, Super District 8. This resolution is sponsored by the Division of Public Works, and there's a request for same night minutes.
Thank you very much, Councilman Smiley.
Committee approved it, moved.
Moved by Councilman Smiley, second by Council Lady Johnson. Seeing no members of the queue, assume you're ready to vote on item 56. Please prepare the screen and cast your votes.
Council members, please cast your votes. Thank you. Canale, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Smiley, yes. Swearingen, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Covet, yes. Item number 57.
That's our consent agenda. Go ahead, call the consent agenda.
Okay. Where would you like to go next, Mr. Chairman?
Let's do our consent agenda, so that'll tighten up 57 also.
Thank you. On our consent agenda, we have number 12. It's up for second reading. Ordinance number 5811 is sponsored by the Public Works Division. Item number 13 is a resolution approving the final plat for CR-5183 Irene Woods, Phase 1, part of Lot 7 PD 08-33CC, and authorizing release of bond. The contract number is 5183. And on our add-ons, we have item number 57, ordinance to establish meeting dates for 2022 up for first reading. Ordinance number 5812 is sponsored by Chairman Covet. Mr. Chairman, that concludes our consent agenda.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. I have Linda Whalen and John Benke. Yeah, we don't have comments on our consent agenda. Just heads up and share it with them. All right, so Okay, you recognize. Go for it.
Very quickly, hey, Director Connect, we're getting tons of emails. So before we get into item, I think it's 12, the International Building Code updates, we're not getting into it now. I'm just telling you, next committee, and Councilman Smiley's committee, in December, we've got to talk about that because I'm getting blown up, and I know other members might be too, about the gravel in the front yard driveway deal. So I'm pretty sure what those comment cards are probably addressing. So anyway, just want to give you a heads up now. Sorry, thank you, Chair.
Sounds good. It's been moved by Warren. We're doing that now. Moved by, perfect timing. Been moved by Councilman Warren, second by Councilor Mr. Thomas. Seeing no other members in the queue, assume you're ready to vote on the consent agenda. Please cast your votes.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Smiley, yes. Swearingen, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Covet, yes.
Thank you. That item passes. This is going to be interesting then. Okay. Staff, unless I missed something, I'm down to items 45 and 46. Confirmed? Good to go. All right. Call item 45, please.
Item number 45, the selection of the 2022 council chairman.
Okay, thank you very much. Colleagues, time. Everybody jump in the queue. Okay, Councilman Warren, did you wish to speak on this or were you done? Okay, hold one. You're recognized.
I'd like to nominate Councilwoman Swearingen.
Okay, Jamita Swearingen has been nominated. And Councilman Warren, you're now out of the queue. So I am to Council Lady Johnson. You're recognized.
Warren, as always, beat me to the button. I too wanted to recommend Jamita Swearingen. So thank you.
No worries there. Councilman Jones, you're recognized. Hold one. Go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that we close the floor to nominations for chair.
Okay, without objection, the floor is closed to nominations. And give me all those in favor of Jamita Swearingen being our chairman for 2022 signify by saying aye. Aye. All right.
Madam Chair.
Oh, yes, please, you're recognized. Chair-elect.
Special thanks to all of you. I look forward in working with you very closely as well as the staff. We will champion our ships to continue to meet the needs of all Memphians and work with all levels of government to ensure that the needs and the constituents of the individuals in the districts and super districts are met. And I look forward to us having a great year in 2022 as we have previously. Thank you so much for your vote of confidence and for believing in my leadership.
All right, well said, well said. Okay, call item 46.
Item number 46 is selection of the 2022 council vice chairman.
Councilman Smiley, you're recognized.
I had a long speech prepared, but it's so late in the day. Councilman Jones, Vice Chair.
Okay, Martavius Jones has been nominated. Seeing no, Councilman Carlisle, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I move to close nominations.
All right, without objection, nominations closed. All those in favor of Martavius Jones being 2022 Vice Chair of the Memphis City Council signify by saying aye. Aye. Congratulations. All right. You are recognized. Would you like to visit?
Thank you, colleagues. I appreciate your vote of confidence in me. I vow to serve and make you proud, serve the citizens of Memphis and help move the city forward. So thank you for your confidence.
All right, very, very good. That takes us to the conclusion of our business. Do I have a motion?
Same night,
I know, I'm going there. It's late, but the old man's going to get there. Madam Chairman-elect, Have you reviewed our same night minutes?
I certainly have. The same night minutes are items 1, 6, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, and 56. I so move.
Thank you. Friendly amendment, let's add item 45 so that your election this evening is same night minutes. Any objection? Seeing none, that's added in. It's been moved by Council Ladies. I got that. Yeah, we're good.
45.
Confirmed.
45 and 46.
45, 46 is already in there. You called that one. I just want to make sure I got all my bases covered. All right, moved by Swearingen, second, moved by Chair-elect Swearingen, seconded by Councilman Carlisle. Vote on your same night minutes as amended. Press green, cast your votes. Oh, wait a minute, my friend. We have cards. Joe, you've waited patiently, baby. Val, call the vote, please.
I certainly will. Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Councilman Smiley is also yes. Swearingen, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Colbert, yes.
Yes. Congratulations, Chairman-elect. All right. Let's go with Justin Pearson and then Joby Kent. 2 minutes. Justin, come on up. I know you've already given me your name and address a couple of times, but go ahead and do it again, and then we'll start your 2-minute clock. Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Lay it on me.
Hey everybody, I'm Justin J. Pearson. Thank you so much for passing legislation to protect the aquifer and to protect our community. It is powerful that environmental racism, environmental justice are no longer unfamiliar words to this city or to this county. It is powerful that the voices of those who've been most marginalized now have a place here, and the work continues. As you all know, TVA's President Jeff Lyash says from where he sits, Memphis is the best place for 3 million cubic yards of toxic coal ash to rest here. And I know you passed a resolution already, but MCAP, Memphis Community Against Pollution, which is supported by lots of people in Memphis and lots of people from around the country, I want to thank y'all, is working to get a supplemental environmental impact statement so that we can learn what are the ramifications for our community. Memphis Community Against Pollution, now that we're done with the pipeline fight, is dedicated to continue to elevate those voices and will need your support in passing resolutions and maybe again in passing laws to protect us. And so look forward to continuing this journey with you, and thank you for continuing to show that the movement is very much alive in Memphis.
Justin, always good to see you, my friend. All right, Joby Kent, you're recognized, kind sir.
Joe Kent, /GTA 5111 Flamingo. I'd like to talk about a few things occurring under the nose of your economic development and audit committees. So the elitists have now all of their projects funded and want to talk government efficiency. I would hope that would start with a $1.5 billion invoice to FedEx Memphis tomorrow and the Score Cartel on behalf of taxpayers. In the bowels of the DMC works Jay Goff, who came on board with DMC about the time Memphis Tomorrow was hatched. Goff did not think to secure a parking contract from one bill on the Mobility Center, nor has he thought to gather source data to support DMC MWBE claims. That's like not having receipts or bank statements for financial statements. And Morgan Keegan, national recruit Paul Young surrendered the negotiation position of the taxpayer by moving forward to loan closure on the Mobility Center without any revenue projections on the $40 million Mobility Center. Hello? Or without one bill, $12 per day parking space agreement for a 50-year term. And then there's my local public parking porn publication that proves public parking expenditure obscenities. Mr. Chairman, did you know that taxpayer loan terms with Renaissance Bank are 3.75% for 7 years, while DMC loans money out for 2 and 3% for 50 years to the likes of Orville, Carlisle, and Hyde? And did you know that one bill is 2%, $10 million 50-year loan with one bill started drawing in 2019? Loan payments will not start until November of 2023. Taxpayers start paying immediately with the establishment of a $4 million reserve fund on the $40 million Renaissance loan. So how are you going to, those are explicit wealth transfers. How are you going to have a conversation on government efficiency with the above when the above is going on? No one knows how much federal, state, and local money is going into MRPP, and the CRA doesn't even regularly keep their books. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman, sir. Without objection. Oh, time. Councilman Ford, you are recognized, sir.
I appreciate you. I want to get something straight right now. Young man, you're in the back. You pull the card. You come over here. Come on up front. You tell me what you wanted to tell me. That's why I can blow you out the water and send you back across the street. Don't ever come over here like you're going to say something to me. You know, you were talking about some gender mess, okay? You need to read what was written. You got it wrong. I want you to just stand there. Don't come up here. But I want you, hey, I'm going to call your boss man, okay? You work for Melvin Burgess. I'm not afraid of Melvin Burgess. I'm not afraid of the county mayor.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is George Boynton. I'm at 14.
I didn't ask you to speak, okay?
The council member did not recognize you.
I did not recognize you. Hey, I said come here where everybody can see you, okay? I know who you are. You're supposed to be a kind of a nice person. Don't let nobody send you out, sir. I'm trying to be nice, but do not. Hey, I want you to be quiet. Okay, since you came on your own, don't ever play with me, mister. Now you get on out of here. You have nothing else to say. But you know what? If you got something to say to me, don't you come down here on the council. Don't you be fooled, okay?
Let's adjourn.
No, I want him to say something. Say what you want to say, sir. Because, come on.
You wish to recognize him, Councilman Ford?
I'm going to recognize him because, hey, I want you to look at me because hey, don't ever play with me. But you say what you want to say, and then I'm going to respond to you. But you know what? You shouldn't have come over here. Now go right ahead.
Good afternoon, Council. I apologize for the disruption. I did pull a comment card, but I thought better of addressing the matter that I thought to address, but Councilman Ford took the opportunity, so I did want to respond. I came over in my personal capacity, though I do work for Melvin Burgess, 901-222-7000, in case you're interested in speaking with him about what I say in my personal time. I was moved by your remarks towards a colleague of mine earlier. I did not feel that as a constituent, a tax-paying, law-abiding public official who came over here to address the matter as a consummate professional that they are, that such beratement from the dais was warranted, sir. And professionally, as a government and legislative affairs official for a county constitutional officer, I deal with public officials all the time, and I have never seen someone talk to so badly about something that has nothing to do with their business. It was very unprofessional, sir. And you calling me from back there, double.
You know, you through. I can call you from wherever the I want to. And if you'd have read her little letter, maybe your behind wouldn't have brought yourself over here. You hear me? Because
Thank you,
I read what was on her letter. So maybe you need to read. You know, I'm going to tell Melvin Burgess not to fire you because you almost, hey, you probably just lost your job. You understand that? Don't you let nobody from the county, and that young lady that came from the county, I meant what I said, and I said what the hell I meant. She don't need to come over here. She needs to send the mayor, county mayor, to take care of business.
Council-
We through. You have nothing else to say. But I want you to know one thing. You barking up the wrong tree. Don't bark up my tree.
Thank you, Councilman Ford.
You understand that? I'm not afraid of nobody. I've been there, done that 2, 3, 4, 5 times. Don't play with me. Never play with me.
Thank you, Councilman Ford.
And I have no animosity against you now.
I
I
appreciate
said what I wanted to say, but don't ever
motion.
do
I have a
that.
motion to end the meeting. It is approved without objection.